Even when you lost, there's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Hello everyone, we are back with another day of the BSL. I took off work early because of this group. It's got one of my favorite players. We've got El Champion TerrOr in the group. We've got XuanXuan, and then we've got a couple other South American players, only DarK and JDConan.
Yeah, man, we always get excited for El Champion, you know. You never know what he's going to pull out. He has a whole bag of bills, getting crazy. So the only thing that scares me today is the Terran versus Terran matchup. Nyoken. It makes me scared.
Yeah, I know TVT can be very long, but thankfully we've got XuanXuan here, who for whatever reason, when he first started playing in BSL, he did not want to play Mihu or any Terrans at all. He was BBSing, he was 8-raxing, he was like, I just want to end this game real quick, so maybe he will save us from the dreaded TVT.
Well, you know I like those two barracks in the middle before a supply depot. Always gets me amped up, ready to go.
Yeah. I've been waiting for some players to pull that out versus Snow on in ASL, you know, but they're just not willing to do it. They just want to accept their fate that they're just going to get blasted in mid and late game for whatever reason. They just don't want to end the game quickly. But yeah, I think we could see it. You know, also Terr's a tricky player. He can pull out BBS. Like he's someone, like I just played him in some tournament a couple weeks ago, maybe. He didn't BBS, but he went for forward racks in the center of the map. He's quite an aggressive player. He'll one base you. He'll do all types of stuff.
Yeah, definitely has so much going on, but like you said, XuanXuan could also pull some crazy stuff. But our other two players both very strong. You know, I've seen some games from JDConan even against TerrOr where he's, you know, in series best of 9s, going 5-4, 4-5. So it'll be interesting to see how he does with DarK and then how those players interact later in the bracket if they hit each other. Once again, a lot of these players from the same region, so they probably play a lot of games together. So there'll be some familiarity between them, like you said, as the games go on. Some crazy stuff.
Yeah, I've played DarK and JDConan a little bit on the ladder. From what I remember from playing DarK is he can be a bit of a tricky player. So if I remember correctly, he was doing some kind of weird openers, at least in TVP, like going 2-gate, then not building any Dragoons, and then going double Nexus. So he's a tricky player, kind of like TerrOr, where he'll show you something and it's not exactly what he showed you. And then JDConan, I would say he's more of a standard type of player. He kind of reminds me of Crossy in the sense that when he does moves, they're like kind of like backstab type of moves. You move out, he's going to link counter you, but in general plays pretty normal. We're looking at the stats of both of our players in our first match. We've got TerrOr on the left side. You can see Champion in Season 12, Champion of Season 15 for South America, second place in Season 11, round of 16 in Season 16 and 17, so he's not really playing up to his usual caliber of play, looking to make a return to his championship form this time around. Meanwhile, XuanXuan on the right side, he got 7th and 8th place in Season 14 and 15, then kind of bombed out in Season 17, so he's also looking to get back to where he was before.
Yeah, I feel like all the Chinese players have really stepped up their game season to season. Maybe a little downswing there for them, but we see them playing against a lot of Korean pros, right? Getting these show matches, getting just games in, trying to qualify for ASL, playing in the qualifiers there. So they have a lot of experience, more and more experience coming into these matches. Definitely will be comfortable. I'm sure we'll see a strong performance from him today.
Oh, and by the way, I do want to mention that big goose egg for XuanXuan in the versus Terran matchup.
Oh.
Even though it says 0%, like I was saying, XuanXuan did play Mihu, I think, in those TVTs. And as we all know, Mihu doesn't lose in BSL. So I don't think you really need to think too much about that 0% win rate. XuanXuan is definitely very, very good. Our first map is going to be Dark Origin. When we see the screen, we're ready. So let's get into game 1 between TerrOr and XuanXuan. Okay, in the top left, we do have South American Terran up to no good already. It's TerrOr.
And in the bottom right, not knowing what's going to happen, it's XuanXuan. Here it is. This is what I'm talking about, Nyoken. We start game 1. Talk about being tricky. TBT. Worrying about dragging these games out. Not for El Champion. He's sending the SCV across the map already.
Yep, and this is, I'm guessing, going to be an 8 racks. Generally, when you're 8 racksing, you send it about when your first SCV completes. So it is going to be quite aggressive. Is it a 6 racks or is it an 8 racks? Okay, a 6 racks. Actually, really freaking fast. And I've played versus this a couple times on the ladder. It is super all in. When you're going for this, you're looking to end the game. This is not something where you're trying to transition out of. So XuanXuan, he needs to scout this ASAP. This is like 15 seconds faster than an 8 racks. I don't know. It's really freaking fast. Back.
He's back. We're back. He's back.
Yeah, well, I can't remember exactly what you were asking about a 6 racks, but look at that SCV already in the base. And, oh, you're asking if Terran's going to scout it. The thing is about TVT is you don't really want to scout. But XuanXuan, for whatever reason, is scouting really fast. I think it's because he saw this SCV was so unusually quick, and now he pulls a few SCVs in response.
Oh, wow, he almost got it. He did a lot of damage with that first SCV, and he kept it alive. 2 Marines are out with an SCV, but SCVs are strong, man.
I've seen some linebackers just fight up straight up versus a Marine just like that. He ends up taking down one of them. All he has to do is buy time because, look, he's up 4 workers at this point. He can build a bunker in his main, like at his ramp. Like, that's not an overcommitment versus 6 racks. So, actually, TerrOr has not done enough damage. In fact, if a bunker goes up, I think XuanXuan just outright is going to win the game already. That's how far ahead he is. But if there's no bunker, TerrOr may be able to make something happen. Actually, you can have vision of these SCVs even though you're on high ground and the Marines are on low ground. It's kind of a weird thing about Dark Origin. But XuanXuan's moving down into 4 Marines. I don't know about this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. 2 versus 4, maybe not a good idea, but hey, he's decided that's it. But we're going back now, making that factory, getting everything set. I mean, you only have 2 workers now here.
Yeah, actually, TerrOr's done a real good job to bring it back in this game, but, like, he doesn't even have his factory started, whereas XuanXuan's is halfway done. XuanXuan feels like he's got the positioning right now. Those Marines at the top side are super low, but he picked off one of them. If he can focus down the low Marine, he'll be in a good spot.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to see this Marine maybe get trapped. Nope, doesn't get on it right away. He's going to be able to retreat, and the other Marines are coming from the backside here.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man. TerrOr just pulling it out, man.
Yeah, XuanXuan's having a real trouble just focusing down these hurt Marines. Now he's going to get one of them. He'll get the SCV also, but surprisingly, TerrOr, he's definitely down still because, like I said, his factory is like just now started. But XuanXuan's not mining with 2 workers. TerrOr's back up to even in workers. If we look at the actual money, 250 to 300 minerals for both sides, basically even gas.
I'm surprised he's chasing that Marine all the way across the map with those 2 SCVs. You figured you'd want to pull him back, knowing that you're at the eco advantage. Just let that 1 Marine go and get your units across the map, right? His barracks is here. He can't have anything. Just get yourself more and more ahead.
Yep, and also Terror's got his racks completely across the map versus 3 Marines. His racks should be taken down pretty quickly. Look at what Terror's doing in his main. That's going to be a proxy start, or not a proxy. I guess it's a super far forward starport in his base. I think that's all he can really do because he can never get his natural. He doesn't have Marines anymore, so he can't build a bunker. He's down vultures, so he can't, secure it with just factory units. So I think smartly just going for the 1 base here is all he can really do.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what XuanXuan does in response here. Is he going to add more factories, or is he going to try to add a starport of his own? Is he just going to go to armory? It probably would be better for him, right, just to add a couple factories and just get units on the map.
Yeah, he just needs a starport, right? Or not a starport, an armory right now. Like a pretty solid opener is 1 factor armory into 2nd factory. You get some mines up, you get your Goliaths out, makes you pretty safe versus everything. Your mines can connect versus the tank push. Your Goliaths deal with the air. Overall, I think XuanXuan's doing fine. I hope that's an armory in his main right now. It looks like these Marines gonna bleed off. There's the armory as expected.
Gonna save that barracks, man. Gonna get it home.
He is, surprisingly, and that's a big win actually. If you don't have to rebuild that, you don't have your factories delayed. You don't have to immediately build an academy. Like this is a big deal that he kept it alive. And for a second, TerrOr was actually up workers. He's now within 1. He's got his command center coming down soon, and with no anti-air out on the map just yet, this Wraith may be able to get a couple of SCV kills.
Yeah, those Marines dying are actually going to be a big deal here because he's going to kill this one with the Wraith and start harassing the SCV line. We see XuanXuan starting to move his vultures out, maybe to get some counter pressure, but the command center's on the high ground still, so nothing to worry about yet.
Yeah, if XuanXuan has mines, which by the way I don't think he does, but if he does, if he was to lay them in the natural, that would buy him so much time. And it looks like he's not going to be able to get that down to prevent the command center from landing. Instead, we've got TerrOr moving out with a single tank, couple vultures, single Wraith, scouted everything, but didn't actually get any kills. Now, double Wraith is going to intercept this barracks and try and knock it down to prevent XuanXuan from building any more factories.
Yeah, I know that TerrOr had such a tough start, but down 5 workers, about to land his 2nd command center. If he's on it, he's obviously producing workers really well, not missing any. And the gap is not that large at this point.
Yeah, it's not really that big in terms of actual supply, but the real problem is there's no map control for TerrOr. If I was XuanXuan here, I think you lay mines with your 5 vultures that you have right here, try and get map control over the center of the map, then build tanks instead. Okay, there we go. There's the mines. Now he's finally laying them, and he's going to have control over the center for a while. So this is looking like a good position for XuanXuan if he can start setting up a contain, and then behind this, take a 3rd base himself.
Yeah, we know Dark Origin's such a big deal to control that middle because you control all the other bases pretty much by holding it. So he's able to get those mines down. Gonna kind of just lay more mines on the left side. Probably start getting his tank line set up somewhere in the middle here, but still got a couple of Wraiths just being annoying, pesky, hitting the barracks, hitting some things. TerrOr doing what he can right now.
If you're TerrOr, how do you get back into this game? You're down workers, you're down army, your army comp is good with tanks, but I think what he should do here is either get a drop or go for cloak. Instead, we've got XuanXuan making the attack into these tanks. He does have 4 Goliaths, but they're going to get chewed up pretty quickly. He's going to lay some mines, he's going to take down 2 tanks, but I don't know if that was worth it. However, he's coming through the bottom side at the same time. Maybe he's actually got enough. That's a clutch SCV repair. Desperately trying to focus down the mine. He does kill one of them, but he won't. I thought he was going to get the second one, but the mine just stood on top of the vulture and actually ended up getting focused down by TerrOr's tank.
Man, repair OP, man. OP. Just healing those tanks up, no problem right there with the SCV. Allows him to win that fight, and XuanXuan wasted a lot of units there.
Yeah, and critically, TerrOr kept a lot of his army alive, the key units. He's got 3 tanks out of the 5. Because XuanXuan lost his factory, he didn't ramp up his factory count. Ooh. These tanks are going to get off another kill. And even though they don't have control over the center, they at least have control of the bridges. So XuanXuan can no longer set up this mass contain. TerrOr should be feeling really good about this hold right now. He's also got comms coming in to start clearing out the mines, and he still has his barracks alive, right? So he can actually start building factories if he wants.
Yeah, we saw XuanXuan in his base rebuilding the barracks right now, so he's taking a third, but he cannot add the additional factories to really reinforce or hold his position. So TerrOr may have a small window here where if he can get his factories up, he can get some kind of push going on himself.
Well, TerrOr, that's either a second starport or a command center by his first. Okay, it's a command center, and XuanXuan's putting down a command center himself. So both players going to be going into a macro game here. Dark Origin, very important to have control over the map since it is a two-player map. If someone denies a corner base, for example, and you're able to get your own corner base, that's clearly a massive advantage for you. Somehow XuanXuan has shot up a lot in terms of workers, but as you can see, supplies are still dead even.
Yeah, supplies looking pretty good for TerrOr. Worker count, not so much, but he is making his third command center. He does have a good position on the map. It looks like he's going to harass the third of XuanXuan right now. Maybe he can slow that down. He does. Doesn't let that command center finish. Getting a full scout is going to see, wow, okay, we're having a little factory explosion here.
Yeah, and that really hurts.
Up do the same.
That really hurts that he lost that one SCV, because 4 race are the number that you need to 2-shot workers. Instead, he's going to have to attack a little bit longer. He still gets a lot. He's gotten, what, like 4 or 5 SCVs already? This is very annoying. A single Goliath pops out, but the race are just going to be able to walk away. XuanXuan has his third base up and running now. TerrOr, his command center, should be done pretty soon. He's not landed it just yet, and he also hasn't started building his factory. So now, XuanXuan actually has a sizable production lead. But what TerrOr does have is he has vision advantage. His race give vision for his tanks. His tank count is huge in comparison to XuanXuan. XuanXuan may actually be in trouble.
It's starting to look like he may get busted in the middle here, and it looks like TerrOr is going to make the opportunity, and he's just sieging up, hitting those tanks right away, taking a bunch down.
Yep, and this is what I faced versus TerrOr so many times whenever I play him. It doesn't really matter what the openers are. Somehow he just always has more tanks than you. He's got, 7 tanks versus 4 right now. He's got vision with the Wraith. He's going to easily knock down this tank. Bye-bye. See, it doesn't even get off a single shot. And if he can continue to creep here, he may be able to actually pick off every single tank. Look, there's no vision.
Wow. Sends the SCV to take the first shot, and now he's going to absolutely clean this up. Good target fire from him to spread out his tanks on the others. And all of a sudden, XuanXuan really looking on the back foot here, man. He's bleeding off more units.
Yeah, and behind this, it's not like TerrOr's all in or anything. He's got his third command center now landed. He's going to kill this Rax again. It's out in no man's land, not spotting for XuanXuan at all. One thing that is lacking for TerrOr is, I guess, his factory count relative to XuanXuan, but when he's... Oh, never mind. It's actually already at 5. I thought that those were just starting, so he's already got his production done. He's in a fantastic spot right now since his comp is almost pure tank.
Yeah, I mean, and he was able to wipe out the entire army pretty much with XuanXuan in the middle, so he has caught up fully here and is now pressing on. Ooh, looks like those tanks took a little mine hit.
Yeah, that's going to buy XuanXuan a bit of time here. Oh, wait, what?
Oh.
I didn't even see. I'm assuming TerrOr won that because I didn't even see who GG'd, so I'm just going to count it as a point for the champion right there.
Okay.
He beat XuanXuan in game 1. I guess XuanXuan felt like he bled too many units. I mean, I don't disagree with that because what did he have? He had 3 tanks, and TerrOr had like 12 plus air. There was actually no way he could have recovered from that position, so well done from TerrOr.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm TerrOr, I'm feeling fantastic right now, right? I mean, other than just winning the game, you had probably the worst possible thing happen in the opener, and you were still able to kind of pick XuanXuan apart. So definitely probably a tough mental game there for XuanXuan. He's got to bounce back and say, okay, I made some errors. I got to fix that. But TerrOr should be feeling like, wow, I just crushed it, man. Was way behind and just made it happen.
The 6 racks really did pretty much fail. The only reason that it actually ended up not failing in the end is because those Marines that were one-shottable, for some reason, they just refused to get hit again. And XuanXuan bled off a lot of SCVs, bled off a lot of Marines. If that didn't happen, XuanXuan would have been up like 3 or 4 workers when it was, like 9 workers to 12. And that's just a massive lead. Plus, he had his factory coming. An incredible lead. So well done from TerrOr to actually bring it back from that 6 racks. This is best of 3. This is not best of 1 like it is in ASL, so we're going to be going into game 2 in just a few minutes. The real question now is, what's the map pick going to be? I think XuanXuan needs to pick a 4-player map, and because I've seen him in previous BSL games, I think picking a 4-player map versus TerrOr can be good, because XuanXuan has shown that he will BBS you, he will 14cc you. So if you've got both of those, polarizing strategies, it can make it hard to read you on a 4-player map.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, right? The mind games come into play. Like, what's this guy going to do? Will TerrOr, scout earlier? What he be looking for? So I think that's a really good plan right there, to go with the 4-player map and mix it up. I think it just benefits XuanXuan and his play style as much as possible.
And as I mentioned on the DarK Origin, we were thinking, like, well, is XuanXuan even going to scout this? Generally, Terrans don't scout until like 14 supply, and by then, either the command center is almost done, or the BBS is already done, right? So it can be very, very tricky in TVT. Players are ready. Let's get into game 2. It will be retro. Okay, in the top left, we do have XuanXuan.
And in the bottom right, looking to advance to the winners match, it's TerrOr.
Yeah, and this is the dream scenario for XuanXuan. He's got cross spawn. I guess the only time it's not a dream scenario is if TerrOr's thinking about going 14cc himself, because then actually a lot of players cross scout to make sure that they're not getting BBS'd, and there we go. An SCV being sent out. This could be a BBS type of timing. This definitely is going to be a forward Brax, 100%. The question is, how many barracks is it going to be? Look at TerrOr. He's sending out an SCV at the same time. I would absolutely love it if they both intercept each other in the center of the map with their own 8 racks. Do it.
Oh man, that'd be awesome. A little SCV fight. Oh my goodness, I think it's about to happen. Oh my god. Will he see it? Oh, they don't see each other? Oh my goodness.
No, you have to so when the SCV goes to the bottom, XuanXuan might see him right now. TerrOr doesn't see him. I know that for sure. TerrOr needs to bounce to the top left. I guess he doesn't actually. This is literally, actually, look at XuanXuan. He's sending out another SCV. It's BBS.
Oh my goodness. We have the BBS versus the forward 8 racks, and TerrOr doesn't see it, but XuanXuan has seen it. Oh, he's just going to send it to kill the SCV now because he's seen it.
Oh my gosh. Maybe he did see it. Oh, look, he's pulling SCVs. What am I watching? I've never seen this. BBS plus versus an 8 racks plus 5 SCV pull. I guess he knows, like, this guy's not going to have any production. So if he can snipe the barracks, he'll just win the game.
This is crazy, man.
XuanXuan, depot blocked. Okay. He did have a depot get complete. I was sitting there, I was like, no, you can't get supply blocked on 10 when you go for this move.
Well, we need to use the SCVs, though, Nyoken. We can't just leave them here. What are we doing?
Yeah, why is he not attacking the racks? Why is he hiding it?
What are we doing? Let's get over here and kill this SCV, yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's going to complete now because he didn't actually kill the SCV. Look at the clutch repair.
Oh, the repair. It's crazy. Wow, he gets it off and he's going to go back to his base with the barracks. Is he just going to build a bunker by his ramp? Or do we hold with the SCVs?
He has to build a bunker at his ramp. Well,
oh my god, we're pulling all the boys, Nyoken. All the boys are... Oh, no, never mind. Just kidding. We're sending the boys back.
Yeah, we're going back. I don't know what is going on in this game. There's no Marines, so I guess, of course, the bunker doesn't help you. But I actually thought TerrOr was going to build or float his racks back. But now he's building Marine in the center. Look, I think actually the critical building is this SCV at mid-right. There's going to be a factory built over there. And if it completes and TerrOr doesn't die and he can get a vulture across the map, he will... Well, maybe not necessarily win the game because it depends on what XuanXuan does. If he feels like he can't hold, he could like base trade, send his command center across the map. These are amazing drills, by the way. TerrOr knocks down one of the Marines, but he doesn't get the other one.
Oh, he's been picking up the Marines. He's been picking up the Marines that have been on rally, Nyoken. He's holding there. He has enough for the factory. The factory does go down mid-right, so he will be able to, as long as he gets enough money. He doesn't have 75 to actually get the vulture, though.
He'll be SCV. He doesn't. I don't think TerrOr can actually build anything anymore. Like I don't see him being able to mine. He only has 4 SCVs. I can't see TerrOr winning this game. Like I'm just not seeing. He can't build any. Like he can't build a vulture. He can't even build a single vulture. He's not going to mine any money either because there's a command center. There's a bunker right here.
Well, I think his plan right now is to land this command center in the Nat and mine to get the 75 that he needs. But does he even have enough Marines to kill what's in XuanXuan's base? I feel like XuanXuan has enough SCVs to handle the Marines there.
It's
so, wow.
One of them's mega damage. Like they're gonna get one-shotted. There you go.
Oh.
See ya. Goodbye.
Thanks for coming.
Even
Wow.
if TerrOr mines his natural, he's gonna mine like 3 times with those SCVs to have 75 minerals.
If he does, he'll get the vulture out to
There's
really
no
be
way.
able to get. Nope, he can't do it. Can't do it. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. It looks like SCV football out here, man. And GG from TerrOr.
Well,
Oh my goodness.
that was a pretty hilarious game. I guess I had the read correct. 8 racks. It looked like it was going to be BBS. I think XuanXuan almost blew it by not focusing down that SCV building the racks. The fact that the racks completed was criminal. It should have never happened.
I don't know. Those poor SCVs were just hanging out, man. I was like,
Yeah.
all right, what are we doing with those? We're gonna send those over? They're just gonna watch? Like, what are we thinking?
Man, these games are wild already. A 6 racks into an 8 racks into maybe a 10 racks this next one. But score is tied at least, so XuanXuan puts a point on the board for Team China. We're going to be going into the deciders match here. It's now going to be TerrOr's pick. I don't know, man. You're
You
playing
take
somebody.
lobotomy? I don't know.
Yeah,
You take those lobotomies, those 2 players. At least you can say, hey, I know what's going on across the other side of the map. I mean, it's just wild right now.
I mean, I actually would like it. You know, it's probably unlikely XuanXuan's played it before. Maybe TerrOr's played it, once, and he's like, well, I can proxy here, and you don't know about it, and maybe it can be successful.
Start building barracks in people's bases, Just send one of the first 4 SCVs. Just who knows right now? It's just crazy out here.
It is crazy. You knew this was going to be an aggressive series just because of who the 2 players are, and they've really delivered in the first 2 games. Maybe they're thinking like, okay, this is a little much for me. Even for me as TerrOr or XuanXuan, maybe we need to tone it down. But instead, it is going to be Apocalypse. There is buildable terrain in the middle of the map. Let's get into game 3. See if somebody wants to, again, just try and end it with a forward racks. Okay, in the top middle, striking back in game 2, it is XuanXuan.
And then bottom right, we have TerrOr. I gotta be honest, Nyoken, I thought that first SCV that went to the mineral patch was moving towards the middle for XuanXuan. I was like, no way. Not again. No way.
Yeah. I also thought he was going, but it seems like both players have decided to say, like, okay, do I really want to risk going for a crazy opener in the deciders match? The answer seems to be no. This is most likely going to be just a depot opener, and we should get into a normal game.
I think so. We shall see. We shall see.
Well, there goes the depot for both sides. Neither player has sent out an SCV. That means that there's not going to be like a forward racks intending to float to the other player's main real quickly. Used to be, in the olden days, in the boomer days, you used to not build any Marines. You just built that barracks as far across the map as possible and just instantly float. But that's not going to be the case this time. We've got barracks going down in the main, and I wonder if anybody will actually gasless. My experience versus TerrOr is he does play gasless a decent amount of time, but it looks like that SCV is in position, and that SCV is also going to build a gas.
Yeah, these players both, I think, have settled down now. They've got all the aggression out of them at this point. So we're like, all right, I'm actually going to make a gas before anything, 2 barracks. This is great. This is the first game we've seen a supply depot on both sides before barracks,
I know. Crazy. And we got XuanXuan going out with a normal-ish SCV timing. 13 to 14. It's pretty much what you do in TVT. Meanwhile, TerrOr, despite the first 2 games, he doesn't care, man. He's like, bring it. If you're going for a rush again, let's see you try and make it work in game 3. Instead, he's going out with a little bit later scout, and actually, XuanXuan is going to find TerrOr first.
Yeah, so now on this map, is it better to do like Vulture Wars, like 3-fac Vulture, to get the high ground secured? Because I gotta imagine being able to secure the high ground in front of someone else's third base is just would be game ending.
Yeah, if you get the high ground, you ain't getting out. I mean, the opposing player is not getting out. So because of that, XuanXuan may go for Mass Vulture. Another option is you could go Tank Wraith. That gives you air superiority. You have tank superiority in the early game. You can definitely make that type of style work. If he goes Vulture Goliath, that I'm not really a big fan of. But actually, I've played the ladder recently, and actually Goliath drops, for whatever reason, I've hit that a lot on this map. So we'll see what both players opt into. We do have Command Center coming down for TerrOr. Command Center about to go down for XuanXuan.
It looked like the scout did see it, so he knows the timing. Both players seem to be playing into a pretty normal standard opening here. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, right now we're just waiting to see when the add-on's going to come down, because different Terran players have different variations of how many vultures they want to build. In general, you go for 2, but you can go 3 or more. Actually, there is going to be proxy starport, so we were talking about how Tank Wraith could be a solid strategy on this map, and I guess TerrOr must have thought Tank Wraith went really well on Dark Origin, so why not go for it again?
Yeah, no need to start mixing things up when it was so successful last time. XuanXuan had a hard time dealing with it, getting the vision, losing his racks a couple times, so I like that he did proxy it, because if he does assume that XuanXuan's going to play some type of... Oh, picks up a nice micro here, man. Oh, just gets it in. Wow.
Yeah, just barely gets it, and he ends up saving his Vulture. However, TerrOr at the same time had sent the Vulture across the map. He is going to get 2 SCV kills, may actually even get a 3rd, but XuanXuan very diligently going to snipe that down before the 3rd one falls.
Yeah, but good little win right there, right? He delays the 2nd factory, delays the command center. Definitely worth it for TerrOr. 3rd factory going down, man.
He's in trouble. I did not see an armory in his main. He, I think, has 1 Marine, right? Like, he built 1 Marine and lifted the racks. And this port is as close as it could possibly be. XuanXuan needs an armory yesterday. And that's not even an armory right there. This is going to rack up a lot of kills. Now, what I like to do with the Wraith is actually focus down the SCVs at the natural. Because in my experience, if you knock down he just
GG! GG? What?
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like I said, he had no answer. He didn't even start an armory. So it's just that simple, man. Why build vultures when you can build these things that fly in the air and the vultures can't hit you back?
I'm a little shocked there, Nyoken. I mean, come on now. We can't throw an armory down top left or, somewhere in the net somewhere to get that down, or an eBay and an armory same time, or double armory. I mean, to just GG out of there. I don't know. I feel like that was really quick.
I mean, Race, even though they don't have the highest DPS, Armory takes 50 seconds. Then a Goliath takes 25 seconds. So we're talking like a minute and a quarter before your first Goliath even gets out. Even if the Wraith does 2 damage each, they should be able to kill some SCVs if they have free reign for that long. So TerrOr, he gets the 3rd game on his side. That means he will be moving into the winner's match. And he'll be waiting the winner of DarK versus JDConan. Of course, XuanXuan not out of it just yet. He'll be sitting in the losers match. But yeah, that was a very quick TVT. Now we're going to be going into a PVZ. This time around, it's going to be 2 South Americans facing off versus each other. And we talked about it earlier. Because they're both South American, because they're both hitting each other on the ladder, should be a lot of mind games going on.
Yeah, I played with JDConan a bunch, PvZ, and he does mix it up and has a lot of different builds he likes to use. He even likes to go way back, Nyoken, and do the +1 armor on Lings, fast hive. I've experienced that versus him a couple times. Not sure that's something he'll want to use today, but I have played against him in many games where that's something he's tried to pull out. And if you don't respond well as Protoss, you can be really behind, especially if you get behind on those upgrades. Like the meta is obviously go +1 attack, +1 armor. If you're not recognizing the build and you don't go +2 attack and you fall behind on your upgrades, it's really hard to fight out of it.
Yeah, it is definitely a devastating build. We've seen players like, who was it, Avila pull it out in Pro League a few times. I think it was Avila versus Oyuji, and like the games that Avila won were the games that he ended up going for that style that you're talking about. So that would be cool to see, since we know Hydra mutas are basically like the go-to in ZVP. Like if you're not building Hydra mutas, like what are you doing really, right? Like that just seems to be the trend these days. We're looking at the stats of JDConan. You can see he's consistently in the Gosu League, but in season 16 and 17 actually made it into BSL ProLeague, so well done from him. Meanwhile, DarK over here, basically in Gosu League for the past few seasons, now making a return after a few seasons hiatus, and this should be a close matchup, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think of all the players, I think DarK has the hardest climb. Yeah, in terms of like just skill and overall, just know what's going on there. I think he is the experienced player, but I think the other players are all just very, very strong in this group, and JDConan does have really strong ZVP. So I think it'll be a little bit tough for him, but he definitely has a chance. Cannot count him out. Strong player, seems to be very active looking at those ladder stats. So obviously he must be ready to rock and roll this season.
Mm-hmm. JDConan was rocking that ASL shirt, man. So you know he's serious business. And we are going to be going into game 1. Now it is going to be Dark Origin between JDConan and only DarK. Okay, in the top left are Protoss. It is DarK.
And in the bottom right, we have JDConan. Now this map has been really interesting, at least for the BSL games so far. I mean, just seeing what has happened. Will players start with the gateway? Will they just try to play split map and, you know, kind of take it easy? Will they be highly aggressive? I feel like playing on this map a few times already over the last year with it being a part of the ladder, I think for Protoss, if you can sit there and secure your third and get some control of the middle, it's really your game to lose at that point. But we'll see if only DarK wants to play that way, or if he's going to be more aggressive, or I don't know, do something crazy with a double 9 gate out front or something.
Yeah, the key point you're making is if you can get your third base and control the center, because there are bridges, there is high ground outside of your third base, there is, you know, the back pathway at your natural. If that gets mined out and you don't know about it, and lurkers run in and lings and stuff, well, you're in a world of hurt as Protoss. We've got Probe being sent across the map, did not get intercepted by the Overlord. Doesn't really matter though, because Conan was going for an overpool anyways.
Yeah, we're going to come in here, scout overpool, and then we have some options. We can just drop down a Forge, then Nexus first, and then a Cannon. If you want to be really risky, go Nexus first, but you could have some trouble. But it's doable if you get the Zerglings to chase the probe around for a little bit. But I'm assuming we're just going to see, oh, maybe not now. I think we're just going to see a Nexus first.
This could be the 12 Nexus or 11 Nexus. Could be Forge also. If he pylon blocks, this is going to be 100% a Forge. I'm getting worried that DarK has not made a decision on what he's doing. There's no Nexus. The probe is late to build a... Is he going to build a Forge? It looks like he is going to build a Forge. But the pool is close to being done, is it not? Yeah, it's...
Yeah. I'm surprised that we're dropping this late of a Forge. We probably should have done it already, or just went Nexus first into the Forge and try to hold it, because if these lings pop before the cannon starts, they're going to get there. And now we're really floating money. We're at like 14 probes. Usually you want to do some sort of like 11-11, 11-12, 12-11, but if he just goes Nyoken, he might be able to beat these cannons down, because the cannon has just started and these lings are already on the way. I'm a little worried for him here.
Yeah, he doesn't know just yet with his Overlord. Now he sees, but does he really know that it started when his he's actually going to turn around? Back.
We're back.
Well, didn't really miss out on much, other than I guess the key thing is the probe alive? It doesn't seem like the probe's alive, because I don't see lings moving around in the main anymore.
Yeah, the probe definitely not alive here, but DarK, to me, an odd build order, but gets away with it. has his Nexus down pretty fast, has his gas up, gateways done. Probably should be able to still get that Stargate down at 415 if everything else went well. Like, that's usually the goal and what you want. So, see if he's going to be able to make that happen. I'm not sure. I don't see the core anywhere to say. Maybe it's in the main. Yep, there we go. Okay.
It's already basically done. Now,
Basically.
even though it seemed like that probe ended up getting taken down real quickly, like I was saying, JDConan, in my experience versus him, not really a tricky type of player. Like, I don't expect him to have built a Hydra Den, and in fact, I don't think there is a Hydra Den. Yeah, a lair. This seems like the typical JDConan move. Okay, I got a slight advantage with the probe, but I'm just gonna still go with my usual follow-up, which is gonna be Spire. Zealot is moving across the map. Does take a decent amount of damage, but the Lings just let him go. They're like, dude, you can walk in there, just check me out.
There's no Hydra Den, don't worry.
Yeah, there's
You're
no
safe. You're good.
Oh, he baited him.
Oh no, it was a trick the whole time. How dare that Zealot think he was safe? He was like, oh, we're good. Just kidding, surrounded.
Yeah, and he doesn't even force any more Lings. Like, it's a drone cycle at the natural. Doesn't see anything. Doesn't see nat gas. Doesn't really confirm anything at the third base either. Now in DarK space, he's doing something weird because there's double buildings in his main. Is that double Stargate? Are those gateways? Oh, it is double Stargate.
Wow. Okay, double Stargate. We did have a nasty little supply back there. I've been there before, Nyoken the 34 out of 34. We don't get that pylon after the second gas. All of a sudden, we're struggling. We're stuck. As you can see, the drone count to probe count is pretty close because we were stuck there for a little bit. But the double Stargate, man, has a lot of power to it. The problem is if he recognizes it early and he gets down a ton of Hydra, you have to really be careful with some of these 5-6 hatch Hydra timings because you don't have Storm, right? We're putting a lot of gas into these Sares.
I wonder what Conan is thinking, because his Lings were outside of the main, or outside of the natural, spotting the Zealot count, which is really low. He also sees that the Forge is not spinning. To me, I would be thinking something weird is going on if you're not getting your Forge upgrades, because Forge is such a key, or the +1 weapon is such a key upgrade that it feels weird to see it just now starting at 6 minutes.
Yeah, usually this signifies like, hey, is he going Sare DT? Like, you put down your Citadel and your Stargate same time, try to get up those DTs when the Sare first come out, pop an Overlord or two. What? Or it's this. Oh, we got +1 armor. Oh, we lost the Sare.
I don't even know what I'm watching. +1 armor?
Yeah, sometimes we've seen some players, they go +1 armor and then they go with a second Forge and then look for that 1-2 timing where you're +1 attack, +2 armor, but we've lost like 3 Sare, man.
Yeah. Now the thing is now that he's lost these 2 Sares or whatever it was, he may have baited JDConan into feeling like, oh my gosh, I won the lottery. I'm just gonna build Mass Muta now, and he builds Mass Muta into like 8 Corsairs.
That could be the case here. I don't know if we have +1 Carapace started for Zerg as well, because JDConan does have his 3rd gas, so I'm wondering if we're going to see Mass Muta Scourge here.
He might actually go for it. He's got +1 armor coming in pretty soon. I think if I was DarK here, I would definitely not show my 6 Corsairs after losing the first 2. I would wait for this guy to try and come in with Mutas, but instead he's going to move out, and he just absolutely blow up a couple Scourge ASAP.
Oh!
I don't know what triggered JDConan to know that this is it, or this was the actual strategy from DarK, because look at him, he's already got double Spore set up at both bases.
Yeah, double Spore, I guess just seeing the amount as quick as it was to have 2 or 3 outs so fast, but we really need to take care of these Sare, right? We're going double Stargate, we've lost like 3 or 4 already, and if we continue to lose them, we're going to be in a world of hurt, because we can't win the air battle, we can't win any battle. Yeah, oh no, he's about to get surrounded. Oh, okay.
He only lost 1 Corsair there. Took out like 6 or 8 Scourge and what was it, 1 Muta. DarK, he has a lot of workers. Like, he's at 56 workers, so his econ is crazy. But the gateways are not exactly the quickest. His unit count is really, really low. And Conan, he's on 6 hatch. He's got a good drone count sitting at basically 45. And now he's going to start pumping out his Hydra list.
Yeah, right now it's going to be very difficult, I think, if DarK doesn't stop making probes and just gets that gateway count up. Like, we're definitely already late here, almost at 9 minutes, not having all 8 up. But he does have a good Sair count, and it looks like he's going to go pure Zealot Sair and just try to push through JDConan and just try to kind of hit a timing where he's going to be able to kill Overlords. Ooh, +1 armor now for the Scourge. Might catch these Sair. Gotta fly them home. Get to your cannons, man. Fly, fly, fly.
Oh, when you just try to intercept, there's only like 4 of them. He actually managed to kill a Corsair. That was nice.
That is good for him right there. He is going to be happy with that, using 5 Sair. Oh my goodness, the Scourge are all together. Can he get a bunch of shots on them? Oh, he just sends 2 out. Well done by JDConan there.
Yep.
My fear, Nyoken, is if this timing with all pure Zealot doesn't work, like, we have no Templar out yet to bank energy for the next fight. So it feels like we have to get something done. Like, Storm is not even complete yet here, almost at 10 minutes. And we see that JDConan is taking a 4th base already. We really, I think, need to go soon. Once leg speed hits, we need to just get on the map, man.
Well, it is double forge, like you were saying. And this is going to be, you know, like a really strong +2 armor power spike, but he needs to start that +2 armor. In his main, he started +1 weapon, but armor at his natural has not started yet. 4 Zealots are going to move out, and I'm going to say they're going to get blasted. Right now, there's no support. There's no Corsairs. Okay, now the Corsairs are going to help out and make sure that these Zealots do not actually die.
Yeah, we have a lot of units, though, for only DarK as well. So I'm assuming he's going to push out here and take a 3rd behind this. We see the Hydra count starting to ramp up here for JDConan, but JDConan is not probably too afraid just yet because he's like, there are no Templar. Oh, these mutants are dead, man. Oh, no.
Have overstayed their welcome. However, the Scourge are like, back up, sir. Back up. He knocks down 1 of the Corsairs, 2 of the Corsairs. Zealots, they actually committed, and, well, that was a mistake. They end up getting owned by these Hydralisks, and the 4th base is up now for JDConan. He can start building some Sunkens, and if you're Protoss, what can you do about that base? Well, the answer is not really much once that gets fortified.
Yeah, if he gets Sunkens up there, and problem with just going Mass Zealot, right, eventually JDConan is going to transition into Lurkers here, and if he can get those up, this army is... the composition is just not good enough to be able to break that base. Only DarK's going to have to really transition probably back into a longer game here and want to take a 3rd and maybe a 4th himself and starts just securing the map. Storm goes down for those 2 Scourge and still 1 connects. We really have to save as many Storms as we can at this point because we only have 2 Templar. Oh, Lurkers are done, man. So this Zealot army is definitely going to have a hard time, but we got to start saving those Storms. If we ever want to get back on the map or defend, we're going to need as many Storms as we can here.
Yep, Lurkers are in position. I saw the Robo is done in DarK space. It's not like his observer timing is going to be late or anything. He will be able to do something about these Lurkers in the near future, but at this point in the game, you're really looking for Protoss to have something like 20 goons, and I don't see any goons at all. And there's no range even being upgraded. It does look like this is literally pure Zealot, Templar, Archon, maybe. And I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing how DarK can win a fight if this is his comp.
I don't either. I think just Mass Zealot right now is going to have a really hard time versus Lurker Hydra, especially because JDConan is not feeling the pressure right now. Like, he knows that DarK is taking that 3rd, but he's got 4 bases and 61 drones, man. He'll be able to take another base and probably add 2 more hatcheries and just start having crazy macro.
He even has +2 almost done himself. Look at that. Because DarK missed his armor upgrade, his 2nd armor upgrade, his +2 armor is just going to be in sync with the +2 weapon of the Zerg. +2 weapon coming in also. But like I said, this comp, it can't win versus Hydra Lurker. Look at it. It's 90% Zealots. It's like, if Storm doesn't land, how does he kill any of these Lurkers?
I don't know. No idea. I think we're going to see a lot of blue smoke for these poor Zealots. It breaks my heart. But, I mean, we're even using Storms right now on these Lurkers, the small groups of Hydra, and we really need, because we only have like 4 or 5 Templar, and we did not bank them up. So some of those Dragoons in the back there may not come out. There may be no space in those gateways from the way you put it.
Yeah.
Got to be careful with that. Like those 3 in the back, or maybe the 2 in the back there might not be able to do it. But I don't think JDConan is going to attack into this. I think he realizes I don't have to do it. I could let you sit here on 3 bases. I'm going to go take top right. I'll take bottom left. I can even take mid left and start putting Sunkens there and Spores itself. You can sit on 3 bases. That's fine. But we both can max, and Zerg will remax way faster than the Protoss will, because he'll probably be on like 12 hatcheries.
Yeah, that's scary. 12 hatch. I think he's actually at like 10 or 11 right now. Finally, Protoss is going to make a move. Look at Zerg's econ, by the way. 73 workers. He's maxed. He's got his 4 bases. He's got the 5th base coming up also. Zealots are going to try and make a move onto the map, but the Templar got sniped, and that means that the Lurkers are just going to crush everything.
Yeah, these Zealots are just taking so much damage. Another Templar goes down, and then another really good fire from JDConan to pick those off. And DarK having a hard time just securing this base against this really small portion of an army. We only have 4 Dragoons here, so these Zealots are just taking so much AoE damage from the Lurkers.
Yep, even though the Lurkers didn't get that many kills, they've dealt a ton of damage. By the way, this army that you see right here isn't even all of JDConan's army. This isn't even like a third, it's like a fourth of it. Here he comes with some more, and that's still not even half of it. Lurker's going to move into position. So are the Hydras trying to bait out all the storms. Mass Ling coming in. I guess he's starting to get some of those critical Ling upgrades. I guess in the main also maybe has 5. But look at there's no Templars anymore. There's no more Zealots anymore, pretty much. That's a lot of Goons and Zealots coming in the back. But he has lost a lot of his army.
Yeah, we lost a lot of gas value with all those Templars. We lost like 5 or 6, so we're really struggling to have our own AoE, and we see it, even though he's transitioning to Goons right now, Nyoken, it's now Lurker Ling, right? So we can't just have pure Goons. We're going to actually make some more of these Zealots to tank in the front here, but we got to get some Reavers or some of these Templars out again, because it's going to be really hard to fight this constant just sending of Zerglings. Like, look at that big puddle of red in the middle of the map. Those are just all units. Lings and Mute are ready to come flying over here to kill this army.
Yeah, I'm hoping that he sends it over here, because this is just literally pure Goon. There's no Zealot support anymore. There's no Templar support anymore. There's no anything. At least the Goons are heavily upgraded with the 2-2, but I think JDConan could just, oh my gosh, he's sending everything now. Here it comes. All the Lings, all the Hydras, all the Lurkers. And what do you do now? Okay, those Lings have crack upgrade also, so these Dragoons should get blasted.
They're going to get absolutely annihilated. We had some smoke, and now we're going to have some blue soup, man. It's, not good here.
Supplies have really gone down in the dumps for both sides, really, but JDConan, he's fine, right? He can trade Lings for Goons and Zealots because he's on 5 bases. 5 versus what's soon to be 1 base for DarK. Look at him, he's transferred probes over here because long distance mining is better than just sending 50 probes on his 1 base at his 3rd.
Yeah, that's why that high probe count early is great, right? You get your economy rolling, but you're going to mine out, so you really have to do something with it. And just sitting back now, he's feeling the repercussions where, hey, I needed its 4th base, but I don't have the army to hold it. Oh, another Templar goes down.
JDConan, for whatever reason, not sending his whole army. Like, yes, this Lurker is doing work. It's doing tons of damage, but it does allow DarK to actually secure this position. It is the reason he wasn't sending is because he's morphing like 10 Lurkers right now. But once those complete, I think he could overrun. I wonder what the upgrades are now. Is anybody 3-3 yet? Protoss at 2-2. Zerg at 2-1.
Yeah, I'm surprised that JDConan hasn't thought about just countering to the 3rd base at this point. Like, knowing the entire army's here, just running over the bridges and just coming through. Ling's doing what they can here. Getting a lot done at that, though.
Yeah, forces Archon morph.
50 minerals, man, for 2 of those Lings popping a bunch of those Goons, which are very expensive units. It's unfair. It's unfair.
It's unfair, man. David Kim, we need you, man. Come save StarCraft 1 balance. Look at that. 3-2 for Zerg already on the Hydra list. Massive upgrades for him. JDConan has almost a 5k bank. He's sitting at 3.8, 3.9k right now.
Yeah, the only thing about having that many drones, I mean, he does have 5 bases, so it's not as big of a deal, but kind of the reverse there for Protoss. Like, when you get that many that early, your base start to mine out, so you got to start trying to trade effectively, but JDConan's not worried about that at this point, right? He can take bottom left as well, and he can just keep sending and sending and sending until he busts these areas. Oh, and the Defiler is out now as well, Nyoken. That makes things even more trickier here.
Yeah, the Plagues and the Dark Swarm would be amazing. You know, when we're at this point in the game, I actually wish that Zerg had gotten drops, because drops, like, there's no defense at the natural, there's no defense at the third or the main. He could just completely avoid the army, but instead he's just going to continue to just try and wail on this fourth base. I think this is still fine because of the Dark Swarm, but I hope he gets a lurker in position of those probes. He's starting to mow down some of them right now.
I mean, the supply right now is such a big difference here. 30 supply, or not even, almost 60 supply difference. I know we have 20 in workers, but reserved for that, it's still crazy, man. We have so many units.
Yep, and now the Lings are coming to support the lurkers. The only thing that can hit these lurkers are the Zealots, which are just melting as soon as they get in here. This base is going to get taken down, I'm assuming. Almost a max army now for JDConan versus 110.
Yeah, we're just seeing here, as we go towards the end of this point, we're going to lose this fourth base. We lost a ton of pros. We've lost our army. JDConan is putting himself in a position to really, and there it is, the end of the game, and GG for Only Dark.
Yeah, Only Dark's build was interesting. Like his +1 armor, I think you called it with the double forge, but he missed his +2 power spike. He forgot to get his armor upgrade. His double Stargate was an interesting follow-up also, but JDConan somehow knew that, hey dude, something's off. And he had 2 spores, 1 at each base, so that did no damage. And then after not doing any damage, also not hitting his mid-game power spike, all of a sudden JDConan's on 5 base with 75 drones. And at that point, you didn't do any damage to Zerg. You're just in a world of hurt.
Not optimal to for Zerg to have 75, drones, and you're stuck behind your bridges still. Especially because I was surprised how long he stayed on the Zealots. I thought we would see a goon transition eventually, but it was very late. We were at like 170, and we had 36 Zealots and 5 Templar, which is just really hard to fight against lurkers. Like, what are you gonna do? You don't get a good surround, and there's gonna be 12, 15 lurkers. They're just gonna eat through you. So hopefully he'll just kind of change up that mid-game point right there where he can hit that time and get the Dragoons out on the map, so he can kind of push JDConan back a little bit and get some pressure. Because you can't let Zerg get to 75 drones and 5 bases. You're just too hard.
Yeah, and clearly JDConan is fine with, saying, hey, you're not going to attack me? All right, well, I'll just take bases. There are some players where they continue to build units even when they don't need to, but JDConan responded perfectly, just macroing like crazy. And now he's gotten game 1 win under his belt. We're going to be going into game 2. It's going to be Dark's pick. And he has decided he wants Vermeer? I don't know if you want to play Vermeer versus a Zerg that just, played full macro. And this map has 16 available bases. We'll see, though. Dark obviously has played this map quite a lot, and he must like it quite a bit. So let's get into game 2 between JDConan and Dark. So, in the top right, up 1-0 in our series, it is JDConan. And he's the bottom right, actually.
And in the bottom left, or Blue Protoss, it's Dark. Yeah, we're going to have I would imagine, a very standard game here. Vermeer, everyone's played it a million times. Both players super familiar. What's nice is there are a lot of bases that they all have gas, so Protoss, as the game goes on, that is very helpful. But can get tricky. If JDConan's okay with sitting there getting 4 bases, playing in the swarm, the big maps, it gets harder. You really got to make sure you're getting into that late game tech if that's the game you want to play.
Yeah, I think Dark is going to have better map presence this game if he's going to somehow, play for like a split map style, or at least like 4 or 5 base style. He's not going to be able to just sit there, because Zerg is just crazy once they get all their upgrades in Hive and all that going on. And JDConan had legitimately 10 hatcheries last game. Just absurd production. Luckily this time, Dark will find JDConan first, and because it's not a 2-player map, JDConan's setting up for a 12 hatch, but that's going to be denied.
Yeah, and it looks like Dark is going to go for some type of Nexus first play again, not sending a probe out there to make that forge. Will JDConan trigger himself to just put down a spawning pool instead of that hatchery? It seems so.
Yep, and the probe sees it. So well done from Dark to get that damage. And
yeah, he'd be annoying now. Just keep rolling through, blocking that drone, never let it put down a hatchery.
Yeah. I've seen, I think it was Snow or someone send out a second probe at this point in the game, and he positions it at the third base. And that means that even if you block, or even if you think you can avoid the probe at the natural, well, there's another one just waiting for you at the third base. I think Vermeer's a little bit different since you could actually take mid-right as opposed to bottom left. But that was a good block right there, delaying the hatch even more.
Really good from DarK again, man, but I'm a little bit nervous about our forge timing again. And this time JDConan does see it. He is making another drone. Didn't say what was larva, but these lings are going to start and our forge is not even done yet. So, but he did make 2 drones, so I guess DarK will be fine. It won't be a big deal for him. But even if 2 lings get in, it's just really annoying in the beginning of the game. Oh, okay, never mind. His timing will be okay.
Yeah, this is going to be fine. He can go gate as a follow-up. Third base is going to be at mid-right for JDConan. Everything looks very normal to me. In JDConan's main, I see gas has come down already, so that seems like a typical gas timing.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. We're not going to see any, 2-hatch muted type play. Puts down the third end to gets his gas, so good to go there.
All right,
DarK seems to be on point as well. So nothing too crazy. A lot of times when you go Nexus first, you skip that second pylon in the main. You just put your core out here and just kind of rush that timing. Try to get as close to a 415 or earlier Stargate timing so you get a full scout, get an Overlord or 2 if Zerg is behind.
And look at this. Cybernetics is going to go down instantly at the natural. So this is a really, really fast Cybernetics. He's really scaling into his tech quite quickly. In JDConan's main, his lair is already started, so his lair is also really freaking fast. So both players really nailing their build. Okay, well,
we need a pylon here for Protus.
You need a pylon. I'm looking at it. I'm like 24 out of 26. That's dangerous.
Definitely a little crazy out there. JDConan's got to be happy. He's only had to make 2 lanes. He hasn't seen any zealots yet. He'll just try to block this probe. So he's been able to drone as well. No issue. I'd like to see only DarK this game not go up to 55 probes on the 2 bases. I'd like to see him stop around that 43, 45 mark. I think that'll really help his gateway timing and be able to back row into that mid game a little bit stronger as well.
Indeed. And the probe does get into the main, by the way. Sees everything. Sees that it is lair. No hydrogen. So it's not like it's lair into lurkers or something. This zealot, did it really get across the map without being spotted? It could actually deal some damage because there are those 2 lings only that you were talking about. It's going to walk into the main, but he's just hanging out, man. He's not... Okay, now he's getting into the drone line.
He's just sightseeing,
Yeah.
Check, seeing what's going on here in the Zerg main. Ooh, gets a drone.
That looked like a bonnet zealot right there. Sure, just from downtown, jabbed him. Ooh, he wants... Oh, he's not going to get it. Oh, he got that one. Hello, where's the hurt one? Can he get a third?
2 is still pretty good damage. Forced out a bunch of lings here. Those aren't drones. You can see he's up 10 workers right now. That's fantastic. Forced out all these lings. He's just got to make sure he blocks. We made a Dragoon to kill the Overlord, Nyoken. We went for it.
Is that another double Stargate, or what is it? His gas, again, is really low. It is double Stargate. I knew that this gas seemed really low for not spinning your forge. So he is going for the same build. Now, to be fair to DarK, last game he did lose like 3 Corsairs or something to the Scourge immediately. If he can keep those alive, maybe he can hit the timing that he was looking for.
Yeah, I don't see if the Overlord scouted the double Stargate if he waited to push it out. But because if Zerg scouts double Stargate, life's really difficult. But JDConan may not be expecting this again.
Well, again, that forge is not spinning. And I'd be thinking, like, are you doing the same thing, man? Upgrades are just so important in PvZ that it would just be unimaginable to me that somebody comes up with a PvZ build that don't include upgrades. So I think JDConan should be able to get a good read on this. Maybe be able to put down that Spore Colony at all of his bases. He's got his 4th, 5th. Is that already 6 hatches going down for him?
It is. Whew. We're going to be macroing like a madman. Oh, no, not again. Save these, DarK. We can't be giving away these hair for free. We need them.
Yeah, he needs them for sure. Luckily, he's going to save the second Corsair, but I think JDConan's going to be able to figure out what this is real quick. Oh, he's just running in. He's going to see the double Stargate.
Oh, man. Now he knows. He knows what he's up against again. We'll see if he just puts down. We have a little bit of a move-out timing here from DarK with a couple Zealots and Dragoon. Definitely don't mind that. You know that Zerg's using their alarm right now for definitely some Scourge. Force out some Sunkens, hopefully, as well. Really lower their econ, because you look at JDConan, only 31 drones right now. You know, a little bit under what he should be.
I think he's under just because he built his 6th hatch so quickly. It's like incredibly quick. And now he's scrambling to get some colonies down because he didn't have the money for that earlier. Sunken is about to finish. Oh, he's gonna lose. Oh, actually, he didn't lose.
Okay. He's good. We're safe. And the Muta go down. Well done from him. We're going to get some Overlords now.
And it's a drone cycle. And there's no answer to these units going into the third. That's a Spore. Spore hit ground, Razz.
I don't think so. Last time I checked. Maybe there was a patch update. I missed it.
What are the Zealots doing? Help out, bro. Hit the Lings.
No. We wanted the Spore colony. I understand. But do we have an archives behind this? I don't think so. So why are we taking out that Spore right there? Oh, a couple Scourge getting caught there. That's a big pick off.
Yeah, that's a big pick off, like you said. He's going to kill another Overlord. And there's no answer to these Corsairs right now. He's reached critical mass with the 7 with the +1. He does bleed off a Corsair, but critically for JDConan is he killed all the ground. Oh, actually, JDConan doesn't have any air upgrades. So that's why the Scourge are getting absolutely crushed.
I wonder if we're going to see JDConan play, like I was saying before, that style where he just gets +1 armor at this point. 61 probes, Zero's pointing out to us, because that is a ton of probes on 2 bases. We are going to mine out really fast.
Yeah, crazy probe count right now. If he could have somehow taken another Nexus while this was all happening, that would have been amazing. He's got the money for it, but I mean, it's so risky, right? He has 2 Zealots. Like, I don't fault him for that. But if he could have somehow done it, his econ would have been ballistic. Just now, putting down really all of his gates. I think he's got like 4 gateways coming down at once. He's going into a 8 gate or 7 gate timing. Lurker upgrade coming in for JDConan.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to go Lurker first. He's probably assuming we're going to see the same style with Mass Zealot. So he's like, you know what? Sarah don't attack my buildings. As long as I keep the Overlord safe, I can just take a 4th base, put some Lurkers, and hold on. Oh, this game, though, I like this Nyoken. We're getting the Templar a little quicker so they can store up some energy, but still a little late at 9:30 to have our first 2 Templar rolling out.
Yeah, but like you said, they will bank up energy, hopefully. And so when there is a mid-game attack, he'll have double storm, potentially triple storm. This is 9 gate now. Or is it 9 gate? Yeah, 9 gate now for DarK. Usually when you're going 9 or 10 gate, it's to end the game outright on 2 bases. I wonder if that's what DarK is going to go for. But JDConan's starting to now build his own Hydralisk. And remember, he's got the Lurker upgrade. I don't know if if DarK will actually be able to end the game with the timing into that type of composition.
Yeah, now this game, no, we want +1 attack first, not armor. So we have the double forge, but we want +1 attack, more traditional, more standard there. Ooh, and he's going to take this 3rd base. I like this timing. Like you said, normally when you go 9 gate, you just make as many units as you can, but only DarK going to try to take a 3rd base. I mean, he does have 61 probes to spread out, so that probably can help him out if he can get that base down.
And JDConan is going to take base at top right. These Scourge are fishing for some Corsairs, but not able to get any just yet. Ooh, where are they going?
They're our move command.
This is a lot of Zealots. There's Lurkers though, so this is not going to work.
Yeah, and I don't think we have an observer.
And that, yeah, if there's no observer, he's just going to have to turn around. And DarK, despite having the pylon set up like he's going to build a Nexus, still no Nexus set up. It's just like last game. There's no goons. It's 90% Zealots, maybe even more this time, because I don't see any Templars in the... Okay, there's the first Templar on the left side, but like the entirety of the army is pure Zealot. I guess if DarK can find top right, there is absolutely no defense up there. He could get a cancel on that base, but he hasn't found it.
Yeah, if you're usually gonna get this many Zealot, that's kind of what you see. Like when programmers go Sair, Zealot, not that they always make this many, but if they do, they usually have a group of them kind of running around, just trying to snipe some hatcheries, kind of force some cancels, just keep going because you do have Zerg on the back foot, kind of defending. But look at Dark Supply, man.
Yeah, he's almost maxed already.
163. Yeah, I mean those 9 gateways are really paying off. We have a ton of units.
But look at his main. It's mined
I was gonna
out in a second.
That's why I was laughing there. I was like, oh my goodness, we're almost done with this base. We better put down a Nexus soon because we're not going to have any money. We're going to slam in there one time and that's it.
What just happened to JDConan's drone count? Look at it, it's at 70 again. How did it shoot up? He just did like a 6-hatch drone cycle and this DT got killed. So both players really macroing insanely hard, but DarK's army is huge right now. He's almost double supply. It's 170 versus 110. It's crazy high right now.
I mean, definitely. But now it's one of these, the tale as old as time for us, right? PvZ. Where do you attack into Sunken, Spore, Lurker with this giant army? Like, I don't. I'd have to say he has to go top right here because to slam your whole army with this many Zealots into these little tight chokes is just suicide.
Well, he better do something because this is starting to unravel like it did on Dark Origin, where, it was manageable. JDConan on 45 drones or whatever on 3 bases. Then JDConan took a 4th base, and then he took a 5th base. And DarK mined out his main, mined out his natural, and could never get his 4th. So he needs to do something about one of these bases. Looks like top right is what he's got his eyes set on. I don't think JDConan has Hive. That means that there's no Nidus here. Oh, there is a Nidus. I can't believe he has Hive already.
Hive.
Is it connected?
Coming in here. I don't know if it's connected, so we may have...
Oh, it's not
connecting there right now, so he should be able to take out this base because there's only 2 lurkers here. I'm glad he chose to come to this base and not the others because it would have been way harder to break. This one, he should have no problem. Now, if I'm JDConan, right, and I know this is the size of the army, if you watch the replay from the other game, so the drunk out, you could just counter, right, like to the 3rd and wipe it out. Nidus down.
He got the Nidus when it was like 80% complete. That means that this base is 100% dead. There's a decent amount of drones up here also. And there's Overlords. Where are those Sairs? These Sairs should be having a field day on these Overlords. That was a really nice move from DarK. He needed it to get back into this game. Now he has his 3rd base done. He has his 4th base coming up.
Yeah, and he's going to wipe out this base. Now he can kind of start to transition himself to saying, you know what, I don't got to move. I'm on 4 bases. You're on 3. We're good to go here. Oh, good run by there with that Zealot, man. Focus fire all the lurkers on that one spot.
Zerg does have a huge army with Crack and, with the Hive upgrade, but Protoss is still maxed out. And this time, Zerg will push it back, but the real army is coming from top right. It is going to... I don't think it should attack here, but maybe it can get something done?
Well, those lurkers are not in range to actually hit the Zealots while they're on the Sunken, so he will be able to do something. Hopefully he'll storm the drone line here, take out as many drones as he can.
Oh yeah, if he can storm that drone line, he'll get like 20 drones easily. Storms instead are going to start being cast on the lings. Those lurkers, well, they've been spotted by the Zealots. They're trying to move into position.
Yeah, man, but these tight chokes with setups, I mean, think about it. There were 2 Sunkens, 2 lurkers, some lings, and then some units coming from the backside. That entire army is gone. I mean, there we go. We got a storm on the drones. I mean, he has such a huge army still at home. He had 9 gateways, but still, it's tough to attack in these positions. So you got to be careful with your armies here. It's the easiest way to start throwing games is attacking into these things. If I was only DarK, I'd keep putting a little bit of pressure on, start getting some shuttles out, storming the drone lines, taking your 4th, 5th, 6th bases, and just starve the Zerg out at this point.
Protoss has done a good job to get his bases and his macro really running. He's just consistently near max with the really healthy probe count that we've known he's had for the past 10 minutes or so. Now JDConan is really struggling. He's got 45 drones, which is okay, at like 10 minutes in the game, but we're 16 minutes into the game. He needs to have better econ than this. He's going to try and send a drone to top right, but I don't know if he'll get that up and running before DarK spots it, or if DarK just goes for a killing move here. He still has a 70 supply lead.
Yeah, we have so many units, and these lurkers are not inside the choke. They are outside, so they are vulnerable for an attack. We do see the Defiler coming down here, but not going to be enough if he has enough storms to just start storming lurkers off.
Corsairs, they are going to find their opening on a couple of overlords over here. You can see JDConan, he mined out mid-right so well, he's already finished either one of those 2 patches right there. Like, one of them's just completely gone. And natural still looks pretty good, but these Sayers are starting to find some vulnerabilities. Takes down a couple of overlords. Now just going to try and run and get away for their lives. But here comes DarK with another huge attack onto the 4th base.
Yeah, this is a lot of units, but not everything together yet. Needs to bring his Templar down here to start storming these areas that are choked up for Zerg. You know, it'd be great to see Nyoken, something you always suggest. The old D-Web, man. The D-Web right here. Imagine D-Webbing over this swarm.
Yeah.
Lurkers can't do nothing.
Can't do anything. It would be really, really good, especially since he has econ like this. He's got the gas for it. He's got the Sayers for it. That was an amazing play, by the way. Hits a lot of the armor. Look at how fast those goons die. And JDConan, despite being down 40, 50 supply, he ends up holding. And while this is happening, he's got top right coming up.
Yeah, man. Got it. As I said, I would like to see DarK start taking top left, start securing bases, because we're going to go into a later game here. It starts to get tricky attacking these spots. I know he has a huge army supply, but it's just difficult with Swarm, Plague, Lurkers. The AoE is just so much.
Yep, and the longer this game goes, JDConan's going to start replenishing that drone count that was up to 72, a couple minutes ago. And 72 drones on 5 or 6 bases. He's going to be able to produce so much stuff. JDConan's done a good job to use his gas. Like, he's consistently using it on lurkers. He's got a lot of them everywhere. Now he just needs to focus on building some more lanes or something to help these lurkers out. Now, I will say this. We went from having mass zealots in the mid game to now having mass goons in the late game. And you know what goons don't do? They don't deal damage to anything under DarK form. So I'm worried that DarK's comp right now is not exactly what he wants at this point in the game.
Yeah, we probably want to start getting back to that Zealot, Archon, Reaver, man. That mix is the killer mix. Get that death ball going. We did see double Robo from DarK, so he is starting to amp up that Reaver count, and there are the Archons, and this is what you need to start busting bases, right? If you're really going to get into it, you get the Reavers, get some Archon Zealot Storm, and you can kind of hammer your way through. Or just secure bases like he is right now. Like, no Ling counter is going to bust up 3 Reavers and some Storm.
Yeah, if you can get something like Quad Reaver plus this comp together, you can bust through everything. It doesn't matter how many Dark Swarms you have. If there's 4 Reavers just sitting in the front, just blowing everything out of the water, Zerg's going to have a really tough time dealing with that. Zerg does spot bottom middle, and you can see I thought he was positioning to send some Lings and Dark Swarm over there, but instead going to have another engagement in the center of the map. He gets a good Plague onto a decent chunk of the army.
Yeah, that's well done from him right there. That's why right now having these Archons will be helpful. Those get Plague, doesn't really matter to them. JDConan gonna recognize, okay, this guy's got a lot of bases as well. Either he has to start adding or start hitting them somewhere or doing some eco damage, because the longer that he sits on these amount of bases, it's gonna be harder and harder for JDConan.
+3 armor and +3 weapon is done for Protoss. You can see +3 coming in for Zerg pretty soon. Protoss, I guess, just now realizes that hey, top right was taken. I better do something about it. But Zerg is already set up. Also, there's a ramp here. It's going to be near impossible to get up that, but maybe he can take out the natural. Could we get another juicy Plague? He's got the energy. There's the Dark form.
Like he might go down there for it now. Here we go.
Ooh, and he hit the shuttle.
Okay. Not bad, but these Reavers here should be the big game changer. Should be able to help bust this base. Even if he doesn't want to go up the ramp, he can at least cancel this one. Wow.
Ooh, that was another big Plague. A lot of lurkers on the high ground, but it's still going to be really hard to engage this Protoss army. That's not a cancel, by the way. It's just an It's just a actual kill on the hatch. I don't think DarK can actually attack up into here unless he's going to be really diligent with his shuttle movement. Now, what I would like to see is, okay, actually, JDConan's going to come in here and try and actually save this base.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. A lot of Templar, a lot of AoE now at this point, but... Ooh, Reaver shots coming down hard, man.
Yeah, what could be really nice is if JDConan had like some Mutalisks to run in and snipe the Reavers, but he doesn't have any. He's gonna not get that Reaver,
Ooh,
and I think DarK's gonna be able to take this out, but that's a massive attack from the back. A bunch of Lurkers and Lings trying to get into position. Can he knock down that Nidus? That would prevent one of the reinforcement points.
Yeah, he really should take it down, and he does right here. So the, oh, I thought he was gonna do it. That Archon died as he was attacking it. The Reavers were picked up. Oh no, it looks like JDConan is going to hold on.
Yeah,
yes, reinforcements coming through that Nidus that we didn't get.
Yeah, he didn't get the Nidus, and that means JDConan clutches it there, holds the line, saves his 4th base. He's up in supply right now. He is mined out in a lot of bases, does need to transfer some drones up the top right, but critically kills the entire Protoss army. Now Protoss doesn't have any map control at this point. It's not like they're maxed and can make another attack. JDConan's got some breathing room now.
Yeah, this is where it can start to get a little bit weird, right? If you start getting counterattacks top left and bottom middle, and maybe some swarm or lurker drops together, just hitting probe lines. This is where it can get a little bit weird, but I like that DarK is positioning units in both places. He's just securing bases. He knows that if he can secure the top left, he is in a really, really good spot still. Like, he's not losing his lead. He's just going to be able to split the map, no problem.
Yep, JDConan has good worker count sitting at 55. I'd like to see a big cycle from him just so he can, you know, get into that 70 count and really explode on Vermeer, especially since there's so many bases. But you are right, DarK is splitting the map. He's going to have top left up and running pretty soon. He's critically already gotten the bottom middle base. You know, like, middle bases are very important. If he mines out that base, mines out top left, and then denies JDConan top middle, you know, DarK's just going to have 15,000 additional resources for the entirety of the game. This is what we've been waiting for, a storm drop. Oh!
Very well done. That's what we need. More of that. Start making Zerg use their larva for drones to replenish, because you're dropping with these Templar everywhere. Oh, we can get another good one. Oh, we stormed a bunch of Hydra there as well. Got something for it. So well done from him. Yeah, I think in this scenario, this is what you can start doing. Taking bases, dropping Templars on these mineral lines. Really, really slows down Zerg. Really puts us up to secure this win.
Yeah, it buys it buys Protoss so much time. There's the drones that I was talking about. It's not that... Oh, there we go. It shot up to 57 in a second. Literally just immediately goes up 15 supply. Now he's got a lot of drones. Just needs to transfer them to those bases, get that econ rolling. DarK, he has top left, but it's not actually mining it. Instead, he's now posturing like he's going to make another maxed out attack somewhere. Look at how many Zealots and Archons there are.
Yeah, it's a very valuable army there with those Archons and Templar, man. Strong stuff right there. Good upgrades from DarK, so he is looking strong at this point. I want him to stop making probes, though, Nyoken. No more. 71, too many. Start transferring from some other bases and having them mine.
What about
Just
that top
too many.
left? What about that top left Nexus placement? You like that one?
Ooh. I think it might be a little bit off.
Yeah, a little off.
Maybe it's closer to the gas. We don't know.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe they can mine more efficiently. Well, I don't know if JDConan can actually hold this army. He's got... Well, I mean, he does have a lot of lurkers, and the fact that it is mostly Zealot... Oh my gosh, the ketchup hits everything.
It hurts.
Yeah.
It hurts me to watch.
Well, it's okay. They can regen those, right? They can regen that health. You know, they're Protoss. They regen.
They regen the health. No big deal.
Yeah.
Part of the new patch, you know? Part of the new patch that we're talking about.
Man, Plague is insane, especially versus Protoss.
Oh, no.
Oh, and he hits another ketchup.
More ketchup. The Archons don't care, but the Zealots really do.
The Zealots are playing with like half health right now because of all the damage they've taken. Something happened to the drone line for JDConan. He's now down to 47. I don't know if we missed a storm drop or something, but something definitely happened. Yeah, the storm drop must have occurred over there. He lost a lot of workers there. But there's just some new lurkers. There's no observer either. See you later, Archon.
No!
See you everything.
Oh my goodness. We need to get some observers out here. We have the money, get the upgrades. You know, if I was him too, I would kill this base off. I would kill these 3 hatcheries, so like that limits the production. I don't think it would hurt him just to send his army here, crush this. Was Zarkon gonna be a hero? Is he gonna be a hero? No. Ouch. Ouch.
Well, I hope DarK realizes he has 4 Reavers at bottom middle, and I hope he realizes about these probes at mid left, because he's mined out there. He's got like 25 workers over there that, maybe not 25, but a lot of workers over there that need to be sent to top left. Like, he's got all the bases that he needs. He just needs to actually mine them. JDConan is slowly but surely getting back in this game. He's almost maxed. JDConan went from, having 1 base mining. Now he has all of top right mining, plus the 4th base at his bottom left, and he's starting to get top middle.
Yeah, and you know what happens in these games, Doug? It's a lot of, at least for myself, is that I start having the same thing with the supply. Like, I have 4 Reavers bottom center, and all of a sudden you got, 3 Templar here, 3 Templar there. All of a sudden your army, which you think is max, looks so big, is not, because your supply's not all together. We have 8 Sayer still flying around, 4 Reavers at the bottom. Like, we really got to consolidate our entire army together. Wow, there we go. 6 Reavers. Here's what I mean. Get all the big boys together, and let's push.
Yeah, and with this type of comp, does JDConan really have anything that can fight into it? He has a lot of lurkers, which have been doing work.
Oh no, don't let them get plagued. Oh no. Not like that.
Oh, what about that though? Just like that.
That's what I'm talking about. Little Protoss justice there, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Reavers.
Okay, JDConan, if he's going to attack into this, needs to send everything. He's got a lot at his natural. Oh, look at that split. He tried to branch off a single lurker to soak up the single shot, but he ends up taking down one of the Reavers. This is a good hold from JDConan. I thought he was not going to have the units that he needed to actually hold 6 Reavers, but he does.
This is what I'm talking about, Nagel. Like, where is the rest of the supply? Like, we're 175 of 200. I see like 12 ground units plus 4 or 5 Reavers still. Like, we need to get all this supply together. We need to get everything in that death ball and push through. Like you're saying, how does Zerg hold 6 Reavers, 5 Archons, Templar? The problem is it's all over the place right now. We need to get it all together and do it. He has the money. Let's just make it happen. Find all where all that units are.
And JDConan is now going to be on the move himself. He's basically maxed out. He can start making some attacks. If he can deny this top left 3rd base, that would be great for him. DarK did finally transfer those workers to top left, so he's going to have a big influx of money. Another plague comes down, but actually didn't do that much damage. But speaking of damage,
storms.
Those storms are nasty.
That was well done. Good storms. Crush that army with this little group right here. That's fantastic trades for him. Hopefully he's taking that other base top left as well, so he's going to be mining really efficiently, doing a great job of securing these bases and holding on to them. I think we're in here for a long game here, Nyoken.
Yeah, it does look like this is actually going to be a split map game. The Scourge are desperately trying to get these shuttles. I don't think he's going to get them. Archon is not...
No! Fly away, other way. There we go. All right, we're safe.
Well, if you're in this position as Protoss, do you feel like you actually need to attack? Like, if I have a comp like this, I actually feel like I would just sit here and just mine out and wait for Zerg to try and do something to me, because Protoss has such killer defense. You can just let Zerg be the one that tries to make a move.
You can start to sit, just allow them to attack into you, trade really effectively. I would like for him to take the 12 o'clock spot as well to really secure it, because as the game, we can see here, JDConan has so many hatcheries and can replenish his armies. If you start trading like in weird spots, it can be hard. But if you can take that base, hold to secure it, mine out the map, he's fine, doesn't do anything. I mean, look at his bank. His bank's crazy, right? You keep making Templar, storming stuff, just flying around with shuttles. I think that's definitely a nice, easy way to kind of close out the game.
Ooh.
Reavers.
2 Reavers. One's gone. Where's the plague? Where's the Dark Swarm? Something. Oh, No Dark Swarm or Plague. Okay, there's a Plague. He's waiting for those Zealots to get bunched up, and he puts down a lot of damage onto those Zealots.
Good storm there from DarK, man. Took out a bunch of those Hydra right away.
You know what I would like to see, since JDConan has so much gas? I'd like to see some Guardians, because there's no air defense for DarK anymore. Like, if you look at his comp, there's Templars, there's Archons, but, you know, unless Storm lands, there's going to be no answer to them. Reaver's going to get hit. Dark Swarm, maybe? No Dark Swarm, but I would really like to see some type of Mutaswitch or Guardian or something to get rid of these Reavers.
Yeah, Guardian really strong in these scenarios, just putting 1 or 2, forcing out Storms, right? Just taking attention away. You also can get a couple Queens and start spawn Broodling, Dragoons, and Templars, things like that. In this late game scenarios, we do see that a lot. Oh, here we go. This is the good stuff right here.
Another Storm drop.
Yeah.
Oh, instant reaction. That's really good from JDConan. Saves the majority of his workers for now. Oh, see ya. Oh, he unloads. And he gets it off.
All right. Got a couple drones there. A couple larvae. Yeah, this is a hard spot to navigate, right? Like you're saying, you just sit here. I think that's definitely not a bad idea. Just secure 12 o'clock, because attacking into these lurker fields and stuff like that with the swarm and play, it can get tricky. It's very hard. You know, you can start losing armies, start throwing armies. All of a sudden, you throw the game, and you're like, why did I do that? Oh no.
Oh my gosh, this whole army's dead. Where did this army even come from? This is like the first big attack that JDConan's made all game long. This base is 100% dead, and now DarK is actually in real trouble. He lost a lot of key units right there. At his top left, I think he had 2 Reavers. I don't know where they went. And this top left base is very vulnerable now.
Yeah, no Reavers, only 1 Templar. We'll get a couple Storms off, but look at the gas for DarK right now, man. He is, for some reason, really hurting for just gas. Oh, man. Ardo Pylon going down. Oh! We saved with that nice storm. That was a really good storm there.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a shuttle out on the map. So those Reavers that are at bottom left, it's going to take them forever to actually get to top left. Another Templar ends up falling. JDConan has top middle now, by the way, but he's not mining it just yet. He's still focusing on trying to set up a massive contain or some type of move that he can take down top left. He's building a ton of lurkers up there.
Yeah, and he's got to be careful if he starts cutting off. Oh, come on, big storms. He got a lot of lurkers all bunched up together. But I'm starting to worry about this comp now, Nyoken. 2 Archons, 2 Templar, and all Zealots running into about 12, 13 lurkers. They will not last long. And this is where it gets tricky, right? When your army starts getting split up like this, is when Zerg starts setting up lurker fields in between these bases and attacking in. Because you can't really get your army to the location.
Oh, that was really good storm. He
really
killed all the lurkers, and it did no damage at all. Another good trade for DarK. JDConan has so much gas, just an absurd amount of gas. Now he's starting to transfer some drones to top middle.
Surprised we're only at 55 drones. Nyoken, I thought we'd see 80 by now.
Yeah, based on what
loves
he did.
those.
Yeah, well, he doesn't need more drones. He just needs to transfer his now mined out bottom right base up to top middle. Again, a massive attack. It looks like it's going to be trying to finish off top left, but with shuttles out and the comp being pretty good for Protoss, I don't think this is going to work for Zerg.
He's going to have a hard time tacking into this for sure. And here we go. Whoa. We see Lings, Lurkers from every angle. Those 4 Reavers well protected by the Zealots and Archons. Good storms going down. These 2 just going blow for blow here, man.
Oh, those Lurkers are out of vision of the Observer. And look how much damage they're doing.
Oh, no. Okay. We didn't lose the Reavers or too many Archons here, so that is good for our bank on gas. We can replenish pretty quickly the Zealots if we need them, just spamming them out. And DarK is going to have to re-secure this base. He needs this base again.
Yeah, he's got to get this base. By the way, DarK, even though he's floating 1k gas right now, he was extremely low on gas for the past few minutes. It's funny to be low on gas, because how many bases does he have? He has 7 base gas mining. You would expect him to be the one that has the bank that JDConan has. But again, another Zerg attack incoming. This time around, the Reavers are a little out of position at top left.
Turning out these Zealots for the... Oh, big play. Got 3 of the Reavers. They were hurt a lot. We got to be careful. Let's not leak off these units. Where's our observer? Where's our observer? No!
One gone. Oh, he loses 2 Reavers for that.
Yeah, we got to keep these observers closer. And sometimes this is why getting speed on your observers just isn't worth it. Just get the upgraded range so that they're not flying too far forward or too quickly out of the way, because it's just tough.
But it does allow DarK to feel confident to try and take third base. Oh, if he snipes those, even though there's nothing in it, it's going to make these Reavers just so weak.
Oh my goodness. And we have a group of Zealots coming up with 1 Templar and 1 Archon. Good storm there. Kills probably 8-10 Zerglings. But I don't know, man. JDConan looks to be like he's all over the map now. He's taking control. He's pushing the pace. He's going to deny this base again and get these 4 Reavers killed. Oh, fantastic storm in the choke there. Fantastic. Oh, what a big shot from those Reavers.
But look how fast those Reavers died once the Lurkers actually burrowed. There's still no observer here. Lurker needs to burrow. Ooh. Not able to get it off just yet.
Lurker was doing the moonwalk, man. Back, forth, going crazy.
Man, this is a crazy game.
There are still 8 Sayer.
Does he? Where are his Sayers?
They're top left, yeah. There's 8 Sayer top left, just hanging out. If I was him, I'd start sending them around a little bit, start picking Overlords, just trying to pull attention. Ooh, big storm. Oop, good dodge there from JDConan.
Where's the catch-up? No catch-up.
There,
what you're talking about. The catch-up would be amazing. I mean, look how juicy that clump is right there.
We're almost there. 9 more seconds and we're going to... Oh, no, this one's coming. His buddy talked to his buddy. He said, you got the goods. Get down there. Get down there. Oh,
where is it?
Oh, okay.
That was disappointing.
All that for just 5 or 6.
Where's the other one?
He's going back to tell his buddy, I failed you. It's your try. Here we go. Okay.
Oh, man.
Lurkers just do so much damage to these Zealots. Oh, man.
Well, we're just going to have another reset. DarK may finally be able to get this third base up and running. Oh, he's going to intercept some Templars in the center of the map, but we're going to have another massive engagement here. Again, so many Lurkers just dealing with this Zealot Archon comp. Ling from the back. The storms have been so sick all game long. Look at that drone dodge, by the way. Ends up avoiding the storm.
But we're trading out armies here, which is not good for this, right? Like, we want to be winning these a little bit more handily with the army that we have, because we are just expanding so much gas all the time with the Reavers and the Archons and the Templar. And look at his gas now, back down under 1,000.
Yep, back down under 1,000. JDConan still sitting fine with his massive bank. These Reavers still doing work. They have an observer this time. They can slowly push back these Lurkers. But as I say that, look at this big stream of red coming across the map. They want these Reavers. They want to deny this third base. Do not let it get up and running for Protoss. Shuttle manages to save one of them.
That's good. At least he got one out, but I think this base is going to be denied again.
Yeah, and look at that. That base is mined out. That means DarK, who was on, what, 7 bases, is now mining on 1 base in total. JDConan still has 3 mining. Actually, he even has minerals that is natural, by the way.
Yeah, and here we see JDConan starting to really win these trades more and more effectively. Gonna wipe out these Zealots. Another whole row of Zealots coming in, but let me tell you, they're not gonna make it too long, I don't think, over here with these Lurkers. Yeah, they are just exploding, and this base is gonna be canceled once again. And look at DarK's bank. Remember we were talking 5K, 4K? Subtract the 0 off the end of both of those, because we're down to 500 mineral here.
He's got really almost nothing left. His supply is still high at 170, but the comp. Okay, there's a wow, that almost ran into the Hydra's. Good control there to manage to save it. Oh, he's gonna hit from the he's gonna hit from both sides.
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at that red line behind. Reaver just gets picked up in time. There's the shuttle. Get it out. Okay, we got the shuttle out. Oh! The shuttle and the Reaver. Oh my goodness. Super Hydras. Those hunter killers, my goodness. Unbelievable.
Yeah, they did look like it.
And now, all of a sudden, what was such a good spot is now looking a little bit treacherous here for DarK, as JDConan, his bank is huge, and his army is pretty good size as well, man. So he's feeling pretty strong, I'm sure. The problem is he'll never be able to mine that top left base because DarK can just keep a Dragoon or something up there, or Templar, and keep storming it, but this is it, though.
Yeah, I don't
we
think
lose this
DarK
army, that's it.
Yeah, I don't think DarK can really attack anymore. Okay, as I say that, he just killed like 1,000,000 Hydras with those storms. Really ridiculous trade for him. But again, the Lurker doing so much damage. A plague onto the Archons. The Archons don't care about that. And if we look at the supply, it's 170 to 125. JDConan let off a huge amount of resources with this attack.
Yeah, that he did. Luckily, he still has a bank, and he's trying to take this base as well. Oh, can they snipe that? Oh, I thought they were targeted on the Defiler. I thought they were going to just snipe it. DarK is going to need to plant his army here, Nyoken. Just sit here now. Now we really can't move out. Oh, no. The Reaver was on move. No.
Yeah, it's just such a really tough position for both sides. Both sides desperately trying to either deny or get this base themselves. Really good storms from DarK all game long. Like, he's really nailed his storms. And you can see he's fighting. Like, this is all he has. He's got just a couple more units trailing behind. And JDConan not relenting here. He knows how important this base is. But 2 Zealots, 2 Archons, a little bit too much to handle right now.
Yeah, reinforcements coming in for both. Both are just streaming everything. It's just flooding up here, man.
Yeah, if JDConan can spam Sunkens here, doesn't even have to mine this base, it's going to be so hard.
Oh.
Another great plague again.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the Stairs are across the map, by the way. They're at the top right base. They're starting to kill Overlords.
Oh, it's right there. We're good. It's good. I'm glad he's getting there. But the army of Templar marching in here. They better start putting down crazy storms right now. And that one Archon is trying to hit the hatchery. Oh, that's good. At least we got some Stairs coming out, killing. Oh, we missed that plague.
Whiff. That Archon ends up not being able to save the day. You know DarK is desperate because he hasn't been using the Corsairs for 30 minutes. Now realizing, like, hey, I should go kill these Overlords. And he's done a good job. He's now knocked JDConan down to just 149 available supply. But JDConan's still sending so much stuff. The top left there, Ling's at the bottom side right there. The Hydra's not able to get on top of that Reaver. Instead, they intercept these Templars.
Oh no, is this Reaver gonna make it? He's got it, he's strong, well done. Crawl, turn, fire, here we go.
Oh, we finally see JDConan with a supply lead. Is this really gonna be it?
Oh my goodness, Nyoken. It's looking like he's gonna secure this base right here as well. Like you said, if he can get a couple Sunkens down, he would be in great shape. These Overlords need to run soon, but he's back to 200. Zero's pointing out he made a lot of Overlords, so his money is pretty much gone, man.
Yeah.
His money's gone.
Yeah, he's going to need to find that he has money at the natural. His natural, he never mined that out. He needs to go send some drones down there to start mining that. Instead, he's going to try and actually mine this base. He doesn't have a lot of defense here. There's not that much. Oh, goodbye, Lurker.
Storm. Yeah, man, this base, I think, is now going to fall here for JDConan. This is the base that everyone wants, that no one can get. Oh, huge storm gets the drones and the Hydra there. Do we have Plague from Zerg here to get on top of these Zealots? Not yet.
He doesn't have Plague, and he's not able to get some Lurker damage onto those Zealots. The Zealots are just body blocking for the Archon and the Reaver. Oh!
No thanks. No thanks. I won't take that the Plague from you, Defiler. Won't take it.
I think...
Has he done it?
I think DarK may have done it, because I don't think that JDConan can beat this army anymore. DarK has continuously just sent so many units to top left, and they're powerful units. They're Archons, Reavers, Templar. JDConan has so much gas. Like, he has so much gas, but he's not using you know, like the mega super high-tech units other than Defy. There's no Guardians, there's no Ultras, there's no, like, Queens like you were talking about.
Yeah, a couple Queens could have been helpful just to Brutling the Templar and just get in and out, and now we have DarK finally mining the space. JDConan still mining 12 o'clock, and looks like what top right has a few mineral patches, and so does over here, so we got to get some drones down there to take care of it. But this is crazy, man. Super, super tight game here.
Yeah, and DarK knows that this is the most important base. That's why he has all his defense up there, and that's why you see JDConan not attacking anywhere else. Like, if he killed even the main at bottom left, who cares? Like, this is the only base that matters. JDConan now going to start using some of his gas. He's gotten a few more lurkers, Morph. He's actually got a decent bank right now, 1k minerals. He needs to get some plagues off. These zealots are buying so much time win their fight. Oh my gosh. If he intercepts this, it's going to be game-changing. Wow.
But the Zealot's buying time, and there's so many storms going down. And I think energy's free, right? You don't got to pay for that?
No, you don't pay for that.
Gotta be nice, right? Gotta be nice not to pay for the energy.
Templar, okay, he did knock down a lot of the Templars. He did knock down some more Templars. But he is losing a lot of Hydras every time he makes a move like this. He killed all the Templars. That is true. But if you look at the supply, it's 73, 85 to 93.
Soon we're going to be fighting probes versus drones here to get this this game decided, because we're running out of money, running out of units. A Nexus does go down there for DarK. He's really got to make sure he secures this. Cannot afford to cancel at this point because he is mined out. The only thing he is mining is the long distance here.
Yeah.
Dude, man, 4 Guardians right now would be insane.
It would bait out all the storm. It would force Protoss to make a move. Instead, Protoss is going to try and engage again. I don't think Zerg can win this fight. These lurkers could just be free kills for Protoss. Yeah, he smartly turns them around.
Yeah, he needs to bring an Overlord up here and start using these Scourge to kill the Observers as well. And JDConan has probably got to be feeling the pressure a little bit himself. Like, he is almost mined out from all of his bases as well.
Yeah, he knows that he has to win. He has to knock down this base. Otherwise, DarK will win just because JDConan's out of money. By the way, JDConan realized he still had minerals at his natural, so he's now sent drones back down there 50 minutes into the game.
Oh, he's got to be careful.
Yeah, he's trying to set up a like a pincer attack here, trying to hit from all angles.
Oh, big storms. Yeah. The problem for JDConan now is he's going to have to attack in here. He has to.
Can we check mid right? The third base? No. Yeah, right there. Oh, there's no greater spire, man. Man, like, look at the defense at this Nexus. Tell me what hits a Guardian up here. The Archon with 3 range? No. Look, there's nothing.
Don't think so. Oh my goodness. More Archons, more Templar. Dodges that one. Oh, 2 good storms going down there. He's able to pick off 1 Templar, Morphin and Archon, gets the other one. Wow, just trading effectively as DarK in these small little skirmishes.
What could also be good here is if JDConan has drop, which I don't think he has, if he could drop onto the high ground there and just prevent probe mining, that would be amazing. I do like that he's finally put the lurkers on the high ground to prevent reinforcements from just getting across the map so easily. But JDConan is basically officially mined out here. He has like 68 minerals. This is the final attack. He can't wait anymore.
1 observer down, 2 observers down. We have no observers now for these lurkers.
Oh, can he do it?
Oh my goodness!
Detection?
It looks like he's going to be able to hold on here. Oh my goodness! Massive shot from the Reaver. 1 Reaver still up. Is there any reinforcements coming? No. Can this Reaver hold these Hydra? Oh my goodness.
But that is a lot of lurkers.
More lurkers coming. Another shot out from this Reaver. Kills another Hydra, but I think JDConan has done it. The question is, Nyoken, can he win the game if... Oh wait, there's a huge army coming up here.
Yeah, and they have Storm. So I don't think actually that DarK is out of it. The Nexus is still alive. The Reaver is still alive. The Observer is still alive. He can get in here. Lurkers trying to do so much damage to these Zealots, and they are, but actually the Concave is amazing.
My goodness.
He needs the Storms. He's got to use the Storms.
thing is, Nyoken, who can mine from this base if
Nobody.
DarK just goes up top with a Templar and he just denies?
Well, I don't think he can kill the Reaver.
Oh my goodness.
He doesn't have any use to kill the Reaver.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but DarK doesn't know that, so he's gonna back off. I get maybe he lost his observer.
He did. He lost all the observers. He sniped it again. And Nyoken, eventually, he's going to be out of money. He won't be able to make scarabs anymore either, because they do cost 15 mineral apiece.
I still think DarK has got it. I think he's got too many Archons, too many Storms. He's got too much stuff that can beat Lurkers, and he has a Reaver. And JDConan, even though he's long distance mining, he can't engage. Like he can't kill this. The Reaver can kill everything.
We need to start storming. Storm as much as possible, just non-stop, so that you just trade energy for lives of all these Zerg units here. Oh my goodness, can't get picked up there.
He gets a Templar, but you know that it matters, but it doesn't matter because there's still so many.
Okay, we're still good here. Game is crazy. Storms, we can't do that. We got to start storming the Lurkers. Oh my goodness, there's 2 Defilers down there. If we only knew that. Oh no, don't.
Oh, you got the Observer. That's all he needs. Is he just has to kill the Observer over and over. And look at that, DarK just queues up another one. Oh, you can't
not
lose
the Reaver.
Not the Reaver. No, that's the only one that you can lose.
No, don't. Back up. Back up. Come on.
3 health.
He's good. He's good. He was making everyone worried, but he's fine. No, Storm. Dude, there we go.
He can build one more Observer. One more. That's it.
There it is.
There it is. That's the last Observer.
Observer.
Oh, no way! No way!
Not that. Oh my goodness. Okay, we can still kill the Lurkers if we just find out where they are.
Yeah.
With Storms. We just have to send the Zealot in. He has to be the sacrificial lamb, and then we got to storm. Go block off mining, DarK. Send your Archons on top of the hill so he can't get back. Oh my goodness. Here's the last Observer, Nyoken.
Oh, the Archon.
He did it.
Oh, but the Reaver just ran in no man's land.
Okay, we're pushing in anyway.
I still think the Archons win.
Oh my god. There's one Scourge. Nope. There's one more to the left. As long as he kills all these Lurkers. Oh my goodness, I think he's done it.
He did do it.
He's done it.
What is this game, man?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Now DarK needs to bring his probes.
Okay, he's got some probes left over. He's got 26 probes.
Get them all. Find them all.
JDConan just spent all of his money on something. But he doesn't have anything that can beat these Archons.
No way. Cannot beat these Archons.
The only thing that could beat Archons and these Templars is if he had Guardians. You know, at least they could fire and run away, but he doesn't have anything.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy. We're long distance mining. We have drones coming up. I mean, does it even matter at this point? Do we have any more Lurkers? I don't think so.
No. That's a plague, but it whiffed. And also, these are Archons.
They don't care about this plague. Wow.
Well, there's no way that JDConan can win anymore. If he had like 1,000 minerals, I think he could do it, but with
Snipe the Observer.
Yeah, he snipes the Observer, but he can't even build a Lurker anymore.
Oh, his 12 minerals right there. What's he doing? He's got to get that.
Yeah.
Wow. Dodging storms now. Wow, good split. Unbelievable. But we have 7 Hydra versus 5 Archon and 5 Templar.
I've seen Hydras do work, but
oh no,
that's possible.
Oh no.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a Lurker, so it doesn't matter. There's another Defiler or something coming, but Defiler doesn't help you in this situation because what does Plague do? I mean, it doesn't do anything. Darkswarm doesn't help you either because you just sit there under Darkswarm, and they can just sit under Darkswarm, and you're just. This has got to be. We got to see GG in a moment.
Yeah, GG there from JDConan. Wow. Wow. We went from, 7-base Protoss to everyone fighting over one single base. Just crazy, man. Just crazy. Like you said, maybe the play was just to sit there. Don't move. Let him attack into your, Reaver, Templar, Archon, Zealot, and let him waste units away. But why didn't we make the Guardians? Where were the Guardians? 2 Guardians. I think we bust that base so fast. Just crazy.
I think the Guardians would have done it. Also, like you mentioned earlier, if he had put like 2 lurkers in between the bases, you're rallying across the map, but there's no observer, and Templars or Zealots or Archons could have been picked off. Either way, it was an epic game. Like, JDConan had an unreal comeback, and then of course, unreal comeback from DarK to actually win the final fight. I can't believe that it came down to a single Reaver and a single observer. That's nuts.
We had a couple observers just running away, just microing those only so that the Archons would take out the Scourge chasing.
Apocalypse, where you can just, if you have to play a macro game, at least the person that gets the other main is going to be at a massive advantage, which in general is most likely going to be Zerg. So I'm expecting Apocalypse to get picked if this isn't vetoed.
Yeah, I can see Apocalypse or something crazy. Lobotomy I always come back to, like just throwing different things out there, different looks at the games to see what we can do to kind of mix it up a little bit.
Oh, Radiant.
Okay. we may be here a little while.
We might be, because these bases have high ground.
These
top middle and bottom middle. Just plop some Templars and Reavers up there. How's they're going to attack into it? So let's get into Game 3. Find out who will be facing off versus TerrOr in the winners match. Okay, in the top right we do have our blue Protoss. It is DarK.
And in the bottom right we have JDConan. All right, we're gonna see the no 4 pool. I thought maybe that might come out,
Yeah. It wouldn't have surprised me. It's like, no, I do not want to play another hour-long game on a 4-player map. Just get me out of here with a 4 pool or a 5 pool. But it does seem like JDConan is just going to play his normal opener. Probably going to be 12 hatch again. Remember, the only reason he didn't get to 12 hatch last game was because DarK got a lucky scout off finding him first.
I'll tell you something, Nyoken, if this was me and I watched the replays back of the games, I would be going 9 pool right in here. I mean,
yeah.
But unfortunately for him, DarK's he's not going to. I thought he was going straight out. He's going to first scout him again. But if he didn't, you could have just, go 9 pool, let him go with the Nexus first, and you auto win.
And DarK has been going for a very greedy opener, like really delaying the Forge and Cannon as long as possible. One thing we haven't seen is he has not gone Gateway opener in any of the games. I guess maybe that's just not his style, but this is going to be the 12 hatch from JDConan. It is not denied this game.
I think we're going to see Forge double scout. Let's see if he can throw down his Nexus first.
Forge and double scout is like the safe variation. Definitely want to know if Lings are coming or could be coming.
Now versus the 12 hatch with the double probe out, we could see the old cannon rush.
Yeah, and there's no Overlord in position at all. Like,
nope.
One's going towards top right, one's completely out of position at bottom left.
Yeah, he should see this Overlord and he should say, okay.
Probe will get spotted, but he does see the second probe.
Double probe.
I don't think
only DarK go back.
I think he's just going to go back to his main. And JDConan, where's his third base going to be? Is he scouting or?
I think we're scouting. Let's see what's going on.
I think he's going to take a weird base, actually. I don't think he's scouting.
He saw the probe going back to his base, so he's going to follow it up there to see what it is. Is it going to be 234 gas here?
A lot of Zerg players don't scout, so this is kind of interesting to me. He will see that it was Forge, no cannon, gate. And now that drone is going to just turn around. And instead we've got another drone that was sent out, and he's going to take bottom right.
Yeah, we're going to see a pretty fast layer here. Nothing too crazy, too wild yet. I think just pretty standard for both players. You can see this layer come down. Just going to get that Spire up as quick as possible.
33 months.
Only 2 lings from JDConan, and it got spotted, so it's just going to be a 1 cannon response from DarK. DarK has already got his cybernetics going down at his natural, by the way, so he's really nailing it, just like JDConan is. JDConan did just spend 100 gas. Did it go towards the lair? It's not there. Okay, there it is.
Oh, it is. Tricky lair, tricky lair.
Yeah, he's trying to hide it as long as possible, make this Protoss get nervous that he may be speedling it, all-inning this.
Speedling some Hydras, you know, why not? Why not? But both players just playing very eco-greedy, you know, just very eco-heavy, skipping some things, you know, so they can get more drones and, you know, quicker Sair out. Like, we're going to be putting our Stargate down here very fast, you know, sub 410 Stargate very quick.
And this time, finally, DarK's making a move with one of his Zealots. He's moving out with just 1. Still has his probe alive. That will help out immensely when dealing with lings. There's so far only 1 Stargate in the main for DarK. We've seen back-to-back double Stargate games. I wonder if he'll try it in a 3rd.
Yeah, he seems to like that style. Right now, just 1.
Uh-oh.
May throw in a second.
He overstepped his bounds here. I'm not sure what happened to the probe, but 1 Zealot versus 6 lings, and the Zealot didn't get any kills at all. This was a disaster.
All the Zealots are tired from last game, man. Got to give them a break. They need, you know, a little water, a little extra water.
Well, they did their job, body blocking for those Archons and Reavers, and there went the 2nd Stargate, I'm pretty sure, in the main. So it, again, is going to be double Stargate from him. I mean, somebody must have pulled this out recently to be seeing double Stargate. You know, every now and then I see players like Bisu or Mini or Snow, they mix in some crazy double Stargate, but 3 games in a row of the exact same build, you know, skipping Forge upgrades, and in response, JDConan is just doing what he did in all the previous games. Spire, 4th, 5th hatch, probably 6th hatch coming down soon.
I'm just surprised he hasn't gone, like, 5 hatch Hydra Speed Overlords and just busted with Hydra.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, if this guy's going to play double Stargate every time, why don't I just bust him? Because I know he doesn't have much on the ground, but maybe that's just something he doesn't do. The Sair comes in, spots, again, just a normal opener, sees it is 5 hatch. And by the way, you know, you had mentioned the worker count in previous games. What do you think about the worker count this game? Zerg is so close.
Zerg is very close already, and he's just going crazy. He just loves those drones, man. Uh-oh. Zealot caught. Oof. If he really wanted to be crazy, he could go for that 1 probe.
Yeah. That would
Probably
be
get himself in.
A bit much, I think, but he could have gone for it. There are now 3 Corsairs already out. Creep colonies coming in once again. No Hydrogen just yet. There's the evolution chamber.
Yeah. I'm surprised JDConan hasn't tried to do some type of Hydra timing, man. I mean, this is where double Stargate is weak, right? Like, you have nothing else. You can only attack air. Like, we have 1 cannon, 3 Zealots. If we had even just 10 Hydra right now, we'd be putting on so much pressure, forcing out so many cannons.
Yeah, you also deny that already late +1 upgrade, whether it's armor or weapon. But so far, what he's come up with has seemed to work out. He is going to lose an Overlord here. And remember, those Corsairs probably already have +1. Yeah, they already have +1. Whereas the Scourge and Mutas, they don't have +1 armor just yet. So he ends up taking down one of the Sairs, but he loses a couple of Scourge. Oh!
Gets another one, but I think these 3 Overlords may be dead. He should be target firing them. Get him down quicker, but he is still going to get a couple.
Yeah,
good micro from him.
Trade.
Yeah, good micro to get less damage on the Sairs and keep them alive.
And back in only DarK's main. Citadel coming in, 2nd Forge once again. Gonna be going for that 2-1 power spike. His +1 weapon is only halfway along. He's gonna find another Overlord. Scourge. I can't believe that one actually connected.
Is he gonna be able to get these? Will he be able to get them home? Clicking crazy, both players trying to cut the angle as much as they can without getting hit or getting a hit. Oh,
what? You're on. Oh, he got one.
Oh my goodness, he went on for a little surfing ride with one Sair.
I think JDConan's done a good job with his Scourge. What did he kill so far? Like 4 or 5 Sairs? And, you know, he hasn't really lost that many Overlords. He didn't overbuild Spores. Like, he didn't build Mutas. Like, he figured out from last game, there's no point to build Mutas into this guy because he's gone double Stargate. So instead, he's only used his money for Scourge, and now he's already going into his Hydra production. I would like to see him just rush Lurkers because you know this guy's building Mass Zealot. If he goes Mass Zealot with a late Observer, he's never getting outside of his base.
Yeah, fast Lurker Contain would be phenomenal into this build right now. Just 3 base, 4 base, Lurker Contain at the choke there. You really could make it hard for pros to get out.
And that is so many Corsairs, man. He's at 9 now, and he's already lost like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, this is what I was saying before, Nyoken. Like, our Gateway Explosion, while it's happening now, is very late.
Ooh.
And, oh my goodness, gotta attack or fly by. And, like, he has no real ground army.
Well, he's gonna have a ground army soon. He's going into 8 gates now. But JDConan's gonna have his 4th base set up. Like, by the time the 8 gates complete, the 4th base is going to complete. He's gonna have +1 weapon done himself. He may even have Lurkers. I don't see that Cybernetic spinning. I'm not expecting there to be Dragoons. Unlike last game, he doesn't have any Templars out, so they're not banking up energy either.
We may be dead.
Just the Hydras?
Yeah, we may be dead.
There are only 6 Zealots. There's 3 Templars that popped out, but they do not have the energy just yet. I think you might be right. This is a lot of Hydras, like actually a ton.
Yeah, I think as soon as we bust this gateway down, we're going.
He might. That is a lot of Zealots coming in. Remember, there is 8 gates, so what is 6 Zealots now will turn into like 15 Zealots in just a few seconds. So maybe JDConan should consider turning around. Remember, he also has a 4th base. It's not like he's all in where he has to make a move here. He's got a good worker count. He's got a lot of production, big eco, mini bases. He could just turn around. Instead, he is going to stand here and fight.
Yeah, good storm there. He's going to need to back up now. Now the storm is done. He can't go in.
Oh, look
good
at that.
dodge. Good dodge. Well done.
Yeah, but look at the supplies. Just like in all the other games, because the probe count is insane, the eco is insane for DarK. He's up 40 supply already. JDConan, he's got a big drone cycle. Needs to transfer those over to his 4th base. Not sure if he has Lurkers coming yet. I haven't seen any of them morph. Well, he doesn't even have range yet, so the Lurkers aren't even close to being on the map.
Oh, getting a huge supply block here. Wow.
Yeah, you gotta go
DarK,
now.
You gotta attack. Yeah, you just killed all those Overlords. You know he's only making Overlords in those larvae.
Oh, wait, what?
I guess we went Lurker before range.
Well, I think that's smart because the comp, like we've been seeing all series long, this guy goes Corsair, Mass Zealot, does not build goons forever. He really does a good job with the few Templars he has. But now what do you do as Protoss? I don't remember seeing a Robo in his main. In general, DarK has done a good job to get his Robo, so I think he does have one. Okay, it is right there, so it hasn't finished just yet, but he's in trouble because now he's starting to get locked up.
Yeah, like we have a couple Zealots on the map here, just kind of pulling the Hydra away. I think we've had some more either the Sair or more Zealots are in the middle. But JDConan at 60 drones once again, Nyoken. He's already on 7 or 8 hatcheries. Oh no, can't get these caught. Can't get these caught. Need to keep these flying around.
2 of the Sairs gone. I think JDConan may have done it already. The Lurker count is obscene. Oh, if he snipes that would be huge, by the way. That's the +2 weapon power spike for Protoss.
Oh, I like that he left 2, so he's forcing him to use a Storm for just 2 Hydra if he really wants to do it. And here are the first Dragoons onto the map, and I'm nervous. Look at the mineral in both the main and the natural. You know, I don't even think JDConan needs that 5th base. If I were him, I'd have all my hatcheries rallied right here, making as many lurkers as I can in the biggest arc that I can, and just all in hold this contain.
Yep, and there goes +2. And JDConan has been really good with his own upgrades. I expect him to have +2 himself pretty soon. This is most likely only DarK's, maybe not necessarily only attack, but you get the idea. Like, he needs to really make something happen here, because if he doesn't, he's in real trouble. He loses the Templar, gets sniped, but there are so many lurkers set up here. There's actually so much Zerg at the rally point of Zerg. Like, look at that. There's so many Hydras here. He just needs to send everything.
Yeah. If Protoss gets one shot at this, Nyoken, if you run in there and you lose a bunch of your army and you don't break the contain, it's pretty much GG. I will say, oh, here we go, that the Protoss army does scale a little bit better in terms of, you know, 2 base versus 2 base, or 2 base versus 3 base, but we have 4 now 5 base Zerg, so.
Well, where'd the Zealots go? Did you see them?
I blinked. I don't know what happened.
There is still a lot of Dragoons left, but the thing is the lurkers were just, you know, phase 1 of this attack. Now here come the Hydras. Actually, there's a lot of Dragoons left over, so I guess actually Protoss is going to make it out of this contain, which is well done from him. He had to get out because, like you said, he's mined out in his main pretty soon. He's got to get another base, and actually that 5th base may be coming in clutch for JDConan.
Yeah, he needs to double expend now, DarK, right? We're at the 14:45. You want to have your 3rd the latest, right? Like 12:30. At 13 minutes, you start to panic, and you're like, right, I need to double expand. So he needs to send a probe both to mid-right and to that 12 o'clock position to start getting the stuff going on, because he cannot sustain. Even though his army's really good size right now, he's down on an upgrade, and he's on 1 base.
Yeah, look at the Zerg upgrades. 2-1 already. By the way, Zerg already has a hive. And I love how he's going into Ling upgrades, because he just forced out so many Dragoons, and Dragoons get blasted by Ling. Another massive engagement in the center of the map, but the Goons can only hold for so long. The Storms can only be so good, and they were really good, but there's still just not enough Protoss to break through.
And no more Observer. Has taken the supply lead, which is never good. Our 3rd base is finally going down, but right now we have 55 probes. Oh, maybe not, because we have about 20 of them in the main, but I mean, we're almost out of money now.
Yep, and the Observer falls. He needs to get an Observer to deal with these lurkers. JDConan, oh, there it is. We are out of game 3. JDConan will take it. Only DarK put up quite a fight, and obviously game of the day is clearly game number 2, but JDConan a little bit too strong in the series and takes it 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, really well played, both players. I mean, game 2 was insane. I would like to see only DarK mix it up for game 3 instead of showing him the double Stargate again, since you've done it twice. But he was successful in game 2 with it, so you figured, why not? I won with it last game, I'll go for it again. But, well, that leaves us with a TVZ next, Nyoken. El Champion and JDConan.
Yeah, El Champion facing off versus JDConan. I have a feeling, Razz, that none of these games are going to be 55 minutes long, especially with TerrOr in the as one of the opponents. But we're going to be going into a break, and we'll be coming back with that series, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We just got through one of the most epic series of BSL, JDConan versus DarK. If you missed that, definitely need to watch the Vermeer game. That was the highlight of the day. Now we're going into our winner's match, which is TerrOr versus JDConan. TerrOr speed ran XuanXuan in his series, and now he'll be facing off versus a Bolivian Zerg.
Yeah, these two, a lot of experience against each other. I've seen them hit in a bunch of different tournaments before. Very close series all the time. So I think this is going to be just the same. I think it's going to be really close, really tight. It'll be interesting to see what is picked out by TerrOr. If he's going to start with those little 8 racks, or is he going to start something a little more standard, or is he going to play mech? You know, this guy can do it all.
Yeah, really tough to read TerrOr. You never know what the hell he's doing. Even as an observer, you don't know what he's doing. We're getting a look at the stats. As I pointed out, he's champion from season 12, champion of South America for, past 10 seasons. I guess there was only a certain era where Dandy was really challenging him. Ever since then, it's just been TerrOr every season, every single time. Meanwhile, JDConan, he's a formidable Zerg, but it's just so hard to face off versus TerrOr. JDConan, I think he's around S rank 2300, but TerrOr is legitimately around 2500. 2600, so it's gonna be an uphill battle for JDConan.
For sure. TerrOr just so strong, man. So strong.
Yeah, and what's funny is every time I go to his Twitch, what is it? He says the Terran versus Zerg matchup is the worst TVZ you've ever seen, but he's very dangerous. Even took out Larva in a tournament, so that tells you how top notch it is. Our first map is going to be Apocalypse. Let's get into game 1. Okay, in the top middle, our red Zerg, it is JDConan.
And in bottom left, we have TerrOr. All right, now we talked about Apocalypse here. High ground's obviously important in all the matchups, I'm sure. Being able to get your bio up there really strong. Can't get contained too early by the Zerg, right? Because I'm sure it's just the reverse is the same to get their lurkers. But you're looking for early drops here? Or are we just playing standard out? We're going with, a tank vessel push. What's the best way to approach it here?
Definitely just play pretty normal. And if you ever have an opportunity to go drops, then definitely go for it. This map has a lot of, terrain that you can drop. You can drop from the left side. You can drop straight through the center. You can hook around all the way to the right and come in. So I think that's what we'll be looking for. It's just normal opener, probably into drops if we get there at some point. TerrOr is going for, I think, a semi-wall here. I think that this version of Apocalypse, you can't get a full wall off, but I could be wrong. We'll see if he actually does set it up completely. Meanwhile, JDConan, this is TVZ. You're just either 12 hatching or basically 9 pooling, and since there's no 9 pool, this is most likely going to be a 12 hatch.
Yeah, it seems to be standard. I guess we'll see the first variation is going to be, 2 hatch, mutaplay, or 2.5 hatch. See what JDConan prefers.
And Zero was showing that this is full wall. The only gap is going to be at the bottom right. So this is going to be pretty easy for TerrOr to defend any type of aggression. As I stated earlier, JDConan isn't really someone that does aggression. All he really does is if you move out of position, he might, Ling counterattack you, but that's it. He's not building 30 Lings and, trying to just run you over. So not really that impactful, this wall versus this particular player. We do have the typical 2-minute pool, 2-minute gas coming down. In TerrOr, he is playing normal. It's not like it's a wall into gas behind it. This is just going to be command center.
Yeah, keeping it standard. Probably feels pretty good with the matchup in terms of versus playing against JDConan. They're a lot of experience. He kind of knows what he does. So maybe just wants to get off game number 1. Just normal, standard. Let's just get into a game and play it out. Right away, command center behind 1 Marine. Good deal there.
Yep. Drone doesn't really scout much at all. And that's bad news because TerrOr is such a scary opponent, pulls out all different types of builds. You really need to know what he's going for. In his main, wow, his gas is already done. So this was it's going to be an eBay rush for a +1 weapon.
Yeah, I was just saying, okay, I did see with Hero, not Hero, what Pro Zerg didn't qualify for ASL was a Queen. In the game that he lost in the qualifiers, the Terran player built a second barracks in where the command center was. So you never know with Terror, something going on. Could be something like that.
Yeah, and a lot of players have been doing it in ASL. You know, no spoilers, but there have been other people or other players actually using it to some success. But this is just going to be eBay follow-up with +1 weapon. Also Fast Academy, I'm guessing that's the building at the top left of his base. Command center is done. So Terror's got really big econ. He's going to have really heavy tech. Or really good upgrades. That's what this wall allows you to do, is you skimp out on units, but instead rush all of your key upgrades really quickly. It makes you like really strong versus the mid-game mutas. Now the question to me is, how many racks is it going to be? If this is mined, 100% it's 3 racks. But in general, almost every other player goes into 4 racks. So that's what I'm expecting Terror to go for also.
So if we go into 4 racks, do we delay our factory a bit and we just get on the map with the bio? Versus with 3 racks, we get a factory faster?
Yeah, you're just pecking faster. You're still going to be out on the map with your Marines because you can't just sit back the entire time. But yeah, you're not pushing with the Marines unless the Zerg is being ridiculous and you can actually get across the map, which is unlikely. So we'll see what Terror wants to opt for. His second racks has come in just now. Third racks should be being put down. There it is. And 4 racks. I told you, man. Unless it's mined, everybody's going 4 racks. That's just what they do.
They like the unit count. They want heavy units.
They don't want to camp the game out like DarK and JDConan and Vermeer. They want to get out on the map and actually kill you. An interesting third base location. A lot of players have been taking naturals just because it's easier to defend. But it also allows you to get a 4th base pretty easily. But you know, also some Zergs take like the top right corner, for example, as their third base. So JDConan already opting for another main.
I feel like it's going to be a little bit harder to defend because it's far away, but also pulls the Terran army to the opposite side of the map. So I guess there's a little bit better thing in that where you could do, but can be tricky to hold on to. Oh, +1 armor.
We were talking about drops at the opening, and this is one of those situations where if Zerg like underbuilds mutas or loses control over the center or loses the bio army for even a second and doesn't build Scourge at the right side, drops could be insane in this particular scenario. JDConan has 5 mutas out on the map, but the turrets are already well placed. You can see Terror has pulled off of gas to try and get his money up a little quicker, but he'll still be able to put down his factory pretty soon. Generally, you're looking for like a 630-ish factory when you're going 4 racks. And that Firebat, don't know what he was doing, but he got lit up.
He was exploring.
Yeah.
And he didn't like what he found.
No, he did not. Well, the mutas, what's the count at now? 8. So he can start one-shotting all 7. Okay, he can one-shot the Marines, but can't one-shot the medics just yet. But here goes Terror. He's on the move. And Zerg still doesn't know where he is just yet. Okay, the Link spot them. Luckily, the mutas aren't that far out of position, but he needs to keep these Marines in check.
Yeah, never good to lose the army when you're playing against Terran. Man, that was some serious picks right there. That was like instant. He flew in just a little too close to the sun, burnt. See you later.
Well, that's the power of this particular open from Terror. He's got +1 weapon. He's got stim and range done. And Terror, is he branching off these 3 Marines? If these 3 Marines go unscouted towards the right side, doesn't look like that's going to happen, but they could deal devastating damage to these drones over there.
Yeah, good little move from him all the time. I know he's very good at it. Oh, picks an Overlord there and a Ling, but he's also good at like setting a couple Firebats out and getting them lost, and then all of a sudden they show up at your Nat as Zerg. Yeah. Really strong moves from Terror. He likes that stuff.
Now you saw Terror scan top right, because that's kind of the normal basis to take on Apocalypse. It's not often that you see Zerg take another main. He also got the Marines all the way towards the natural at bottom right, and still there was no half-breed. At this point, Terror probably suspects it's at mid-right, but he still can't be sure of it.
Yeah, it could be in a weird, tricky spot, but tough when you don't know for sure. Too bad Terror knows something that could just look at the map somewhere else.
By the way, Zerg is doing a really good job.
Wow.
He's going to kill the entire Marine ball. I'm not sure what happened with Terra there, because there was no point where he synced up the rest of his army. Yeah, I mean, he has a massive army there, but he just didn't have the APM or something to get everything together. And now, actually, Zerg's in a good spot. Like, this went really well for him. He's got so many mutas left over. He can start dive bombing on turrets, dive bombing in the main. Is that really only 6 mutas? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, we got 9 there. And he waited for that +1. He waited for that +1 carapace, man, and then he jumped right on that little bio army in the front there. So as soon as that timing hit, he was like, let's go.
Yeah, I really like carapace. I think, you know, carapace and weapon are pretty much equal. They obviously cost a little bit more, but when you get carapace like this, if Terran sees it and they don't scan you, they're probably thinking this is Hydra Guardian. So you can kind of mind game some Terrans with moves like that. Look at this. Turrets are dying left and right. The Marines, yes, they have +1 weapon, but the mutas are just so tanky. This is really bad for Terra. Terra at least nailed his starport timing. He's going to have vessels coming out really soon. But JDConan has pretty much everything set up. He's got his third base set up. He's got a macro hatch. He's got lurkers. He has hive coming.
Yeah, these seems like massive losses here in Nyoken. We've lost so many SCVs and Marines and medics. Like, I mean, it looks like those medics are almost out of energy because they're just healing continuously. Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So that is not good for Terra at all. And look at the worker count now. All of a sudden, we're only 3 away here for Zerg. And we know that JDConan is not shy about making drones.
He definitely is not. And this is why you want map control, or you want map presence with your Marines. Because if you just get bottled up like this, you're going to lose SCVs left and right. And another thing with the +1 carapace, we've been seeing Valkyrie plays, you know, be kind of meta for the past year or so. Valkyries do no damage to +1 armor, by the way. I mean, it's just actually negative damage. So luckily, it is vessels. I can see it over on the left side, but this is immense damage. And the lurkers,
my God, is he gonna find them?
Yeah, he might actually kill them. I guess they're a little bit too low to actually kill, but it buys him time to get lurker contain set up.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those games where you get these lurker contains set up, and then you just wait for a hive, and you... Oh my goodness, he's just going in here. He sees that there's no bio here, so he's just moving in towards the natural and can hit the command center and the SCV line, and JDConan in a really good position here.
Yeah, forces a liftoff. Also, he forced double irradiate onto the lurkers, which means these mutas are still really strong. And of course, with the factory being floated, by the way, in the center of the map, there is no tanks anytime soon. If JDConan just rallies his hatcheries with hydras and just builds lurkers nonstop, he'll buy enough time to get defilers out, and Terra can't win this game. The only way Terra could win the game is if he gets off a doom drop, which he's not doing.
Yeah, I mean, really strong position here. Like you said, he used the irradiates already. I mean, I don't know how you can spread out this bio line enough to actually attack these lurkers, but it looks like that's what TerrOr wants to do. It looks like he's scanning to see how many are there, because he knows the longer that this sits here and the more lurkers that come, it's only a matter of time before it gets joined by the swarm.
Yeah, JDConan still needs to build a lot of lurkers because, of course, 4 vessels, 5 vessels, 6 vessels, they're going to be able to irradiate a lot. But this is, what, 8, 9 lurkers now? JDConan, if I'm him, I'm just checking every single base to make sure I did not miss my defiler mound. And Terra's going to go for it because he knows if he gets locked in, the game's over. And that's exactly how you thought it would go. Not a single lurker died. All the vessels are going to die. And Razz, I thought TerrOr was a massive favorite in this matchup, but it's going to be JDConan with Game 1 victory.
First blood goes to JDConan. Like I said, I've seen this guy in a couple series with TerrOr, and the series are like 5-4, 4-3, you know, nothing heavily one-sided. So this guy has played a lot of games versus TerrOr, knows his style, and has had success before. So here it is again, taking out game number 1 and getting himself 1 game closer to the round of 16.
Yeah, that was really, really good stuff from JDConan. As you stated, the mutas just did insane damage. And I don't know where it went. Well, I know exactly where it went wrong. It's when Terra lost his first army. But why didn't he sync up the rest of the army? Like, if you... The real threat of Marine Medic is when you get 2 or 3 groups together, 11 mutas can't engage it. It just doesn't happen. The DPS is way too high. But after the first group died, all of a sudden, there's no threat to Zerg anymore. So Terra needs to be a little bit more careful with his army. make sure that that doesn't happen in game 2. And JDConan should be feeling really good about his chances now. He beat TerrOr on Apocalypse. Now it's going to be, of course, TerrOr's pick. But, you know, the majority of the maps that are left over are 4-player maps, big macro maps, and we know how well JDConan can macro based on what we saw in the DarK series.
Yeah, it's probably something that he wouldn't mind. You know, will TerrOr pick a map even like Retro where he can get a forward 8 racks going? You know, I feel like that's a really strong TVZ map for that build. Kind of give himself the leg up that way. Or is he just going to pick something standard? I mean, I'm not sure for what's going through his mind, but we shall see here in a moment.
Yeah, TerrOr may be pulling something out of his playbook in Retro. Let's get into game 2 and see if JDConan can close it out. Okay, in the bottom right, or in the top left, we do have our blue Terran. It is TerrOr.
And in the bottom right, we have JDConan. So are we going to see an 8 racks here?
I was going to say that I think JDConan actually got the worst map, worst spawn imaginable. All 3 positions, top left, top right, bottom left, they can all be complete walled. JDConan got the only, and be ling type. JDConan got the only position where it's not ling type. So I think the chances of this 8 racks, of this being an 8 racks, is extremely high. But if it's not an 8 racks, now you have and you go overpool or something, you're overpooling into a full wall position. So JDConan's in a really awkward position, and there goes the SCV. This is a depot. This is not a full wall, by the way.
This is going to be a 9 pool. We got a 9 pool. Oh boy.
Yeah, because this really does look like a map where you would be facing an 8 racks from TerrOr quite often. So I think this is, in theory, like a smart idea, but it's just the worst position to get it.
Oh man, that's gonna be difficult, but it's playable from here now. Playable from here.
Yeah, JDConan, he's going to need to deal some damage with this 9 pool. Unfortunately, it's also cross-spawn, so the chances of it dealing damage is extremely low. TerrOr does have his SCV going out. It is normal timing. Whoa, okay. I'm not sure if that's actually in time to see a drone or an overlord, but maybe it is. Either way, he's going bottom left, and that does at least hide this 9 pool for a few more seconds.
Yeah, I feel like the Lings will be out before TerrOr's SCV gets to it. So we'll see if he'll go 1 Marine in a command center again before he scouts it, because these Lings are now on the map.
Yeah.
Wow.
And if TerrOr doesn't actually send an SCV in position, or if he sends a Marine out onto the map looking for overlords, he could be in trouble.
Yeah, right now. Oh, JDConan split up his Lings.
Yeah. I don't think you can get a read from this SCV either. Okay, he sees it, but I guess luckily for JDConan, nah, there's nothing lucky for JDConan right now. The Lings are going to get spotted by the Marine, or by the SCV, I mean. There's an SCV. Oh, is he really going to bleed off a Marine like this? No
my
way!
Goodness.
SCV out of position? What?
Oh my goodness. Nyoken, just disaster here for TerrOr. He's got 1 Marine about to go down in the main. Maybe, good body block. No, it's down. And the other one is outside the wall, is dead. And all of a sudden we only have 1 Marine here, and all of our SCVs are pulled.
Yeah, by the way, those Marines pop out on the wrong side. Clutch repair there to save that SCV, but you can see that Marine pops out and will die, I'm thinking. Yeah, it does end up getting cleaned up, and actually this 9 pool did a lot of damage, forced like 12 SCVs off the line. TerrOr kind of panicked in that moment, and behind us, JDConan is going into a normal game. He's really delayed the command center a really, really long time. That Marine, what is he doing over there?
He's hanging out in the wrong spot, man. Wrong spot.
This is what I was telling you. This is not, you can full wall this position, but he didn't. Actually, how you do it is you put the racks where that depot is, and then you go diagonal with the depots, and it looks like the Marines will pop out on the right side, but they actually pop out on the left side. It's actually a crazy wall, and it's really really good. That SCV died. It did stay alive long enough, I think, where it's not going to be a Hydroden. But if this was somebody like Shine, I could definitely see it being Lurkers. But it is just going to be Spire follow-up.
I thought we were going to see the Hydrogen go down right away. I mean, TerrOr can't be feeling good, right? He lost, what, 4 Marines there in the beginning to those 6 Zerglings? Still 3 Zerglings alive, and JDConan really not skipping a beat here. Even on worker count, Spire is already on its way down. I think we went 2 racks Academy in the main. So he's definitely can't be loving what has happened so far.
I don't know what 2 racks is going to do versus this. Like the moment, or the moment's going to be way too late for a 2 racks to do damage. It's also cross spawn. Is he really splitting up 3 Marines? I guess this could be smart because Zerg's never going to expect this. Like you really showed 5 Marines and split off 3. You saw I have speed. Like that's what Zerg is thinking. If this does damage, like why on earth would you ever make this move?
And I don't know why would you come out on the map, but it seems that JDConan will. Oh nope, stopped his lings, so he doesn't know. So this will do some damage, Nyoken.
Yeah, but it's also only 3 Marines. Like they don't even 2-shot workers. This is going to be annoying. He will lose a couple of drones. Those lings are coming back. He'll just transfer to the 3rd base. I guess this is sort of worth, but I don't know, because the mutas are going to be out. Now your Marine medic timing is not going to be nearly as strong. I don't think he's going to kill these Marines. That's a really good setup right there. The lings are not focus firing the Marines. Okay, now he's going to kill another drone, almost.
And here they're muted to clean this up now. But I don't know if it may hurt the timing, but at least he did get a couple drone kills. He forced a pull, and now we have this. Oh, he sees it though.
Yeah.
TerrOr trying to get tricky, but JDConan is step for step with him right now in these little moves. And this little Bible does not have range yet. It's just getting stim.
No range, does not have +1 like it did last game, and losing 3 Marines is a big deal. It's now what? That's 6 Marines right there. Like imagine if he had 9 instead of 6. Now I realize obviously JDConan wouldn't have lost his drones, wouldn't have taken damage, but I feel like TerrOr's gonna lose this army, and we're gonna get into a situation just like last game where TerrOr loses his first army. He's gonna be obligated to tech really quickly, but he's gonna have no map presence. This army's dead.
Yeah,
you can't let this survive. You cannot let this army survive if you're Zerg. You must knock it down before it turns into something actually scary.
Yeah, but as this is happening, we have another little 3 or 4 Marine move out here. Oh, he sees it though this time.
He sees it, but this army's not dead somehow. How did this army actually survive? This is so lucky from TerrOr that none of those Marines actually ended up dying. TerrOr's going to try and stem for some kills onto the drones, but the mutas actually just backed off, and now these are all dead. He does lose 1 muta, but he gets 3 Marines. But the key thing is TerrOr hasn't lost his army. Wow, TerrOr doesn't even turn around. This is just such a tiny army. Like, it's really low DPS. This is so risky. He sees it.
Oh, found it. Or does he? Yeah, he does. Okay.
You gotta kill it, man. This guy has 6 Marines. You gotta jump on this.
Yeah,
he probably can't believe that it's so tiny. That's probably why he's hesitating. Okay, now he kills 2 of the Marines. Now he's like, wait, that's it? I'm gonna just finish it.
Yeah, that's a big deal. 2 medics down, and you talk about Marines, right? The first 3, the other 3 that were said, plus that's 6. You know, it's already 12 Marines and 2 medics that have gone down pretty much for not much.
Yeah, the army is almost non-existent for TerrOr, but he has rushed his tech really quickly, so that's really good from him. He's already got his starport down, probably 2nd starport coming in, plus science facility. And JDConan, remember last game he did a lot of damage on the SCV line and turrets. He's trying to find an opening, but this time TerrOr's more diligent with his turrets. He's got 3 in a row in multiple locations, again floating the factory, so no tanks. This may be an overstep. He really wants the turrets, but he lost 2 mutas for it.
We have +1 attack coming this game now, so I guess we want to be more aggressive this time around. But that's a lot of turrets. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is a million turrets. And every turret You know, it's half of a barracks. Like, he's built, what, 15 turrets right now? That's why you see that the racks count was only at 2. This is also quite annoying. Even though he can't kill the turret directly, he's just bouncing off, and he may actually kill the racks plus the turret.
Yeah, we need to prepare there, but that Rax is definitely going down. Ooh. Wow.
That was nice.
That puts TerrOr back only on 2 barracks right now.
Oh, Valkyrie. Now, TerrOr did get a little bit lucky that this was not armor, because if it was armor, these Valkyries are already useless. So, luck on his side this game, but he is forced to show the Valkyrie. And now, Zerg can just get their econ rolling. He knows that there's not an attack coming for a little bit of time. He's going to get his lurkers up and running.
Yeah, Zerg econ seems very healthy. 38 drones, really strong right now. Already attacking a hive. You know, Hydras are out. Probably Lurker Aspect will be in soon. Getting upgrades, like, really well. Oh, there it is. Lurker Aspect done. You know, JDConan really playing well, man.
Yeah, all JDConan needs to do, I think, is get some macro hatches, because he's under no threat. Of course, he doesn't know that there's no tank here. A tank plus Valkyrie plus Marine Medic combo is extremely strong. We saw some Terrans steal some games in ASL a couple seasons ago with that sick timing, but with no tank here, if he could somehow figure out that there's no tank, macro hatches would really help him out. Instead, he tried to engage the Marines, but the Marines said, "Back up, bro."
Not going this way. Not today, at least.
Yeah. Well, that was a really good timing with the lurkers, and look at that, vultures coming out from TerrOr. Usually, you see vulture play from players like Light, or Sock, or Mong, and generally it turns into a mech switch. But I don't see any more factories coming down.
He got one of the Valks as well. We had 3, but back down to 2, so that's a nice little pick.
He can kill both of those, but wow, that was not good for JDConan. He's going to lose all of... Well, he didn't lose all of his mutas. He will have a couple left over, but really took a lot of losses right there. Ultras.
3 base Ultra, wow. Is this standard with the lurkers? I feel like normally you skip them, right? You play kind of crazy Zergish into this.
Well, you can play both, but it is a little bit of a mix-up. What I'm most concerned with now is Terran does look like he could be going for a mech switch, and actually really fast Ultras can be good versus it, because if you think about what Terran has, he has 1 factory, he's going Vultures with mines. Yes, mines do a lot of damage when they connect, but what's going to be behind it? It's going to be unupgraded Marines, or at least only +1. There's not going to be any tanks, because this guy's building Vultures, and Terran's not expecting an Ultra switch at like 13 or 14 minutes. Like, the tank count, if there is even any, is going to be extremely low.
Yeah, and the upgrades are way behind, right, for everything, so these are going to be really strong Ultras coming out.
Yeah,
they're going to have their carapace. They're going to be like, whoa.
He also has Defiler. He's going to have Dark Swarm plus Lurkers plus Ultralisk. And we do see the Ultra upgrades starting to kick in. As I stated, this is a mech switch because factories are being built. TerrOr is double expanding. He has like no army right now, but he's not being punished for having no army. He probably scanned and saw the evolution chambers and may have suspected that this was going to be Ultras, but TerrOr needs to get a lot of Ultras and tanks on the map ASAP, and he needs to lay mines everywhere. It's going to be really hard to cover all 4 of these bases.
Yeah, I mean, super healthy SCV count. If he can kind of hold on for a little while, let all his economy can kick in and get his upgrades in, I feel like he'll be okay. But I feel like that timing from JDConan is going to be here before we know it.
And now going fast Ultras,
he runs this Defiler into some mines.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. I don't think JDConan realizes it's a mech switch. As soon as he sees the Vulture, he should know now that it's a mech switch, especially now seeing that there's mines, because literally no one does this unless it's a mech switch, and he's going to...
Oh,
I can't believe that lurker.
How are those alive? What is going on? Extra strong lurker? My goodness.
Yeah. But this can be dangerous. If you go Ultras too quick, you don't actually have big econ because you're focusing really heavily on getting the Ultras out ASAP. So this could backfire if JDConan can't get damage done with the Ultras. Of course, he is banking 1600 gas, if he's gonna go ultras, man, like this is the time. The vulture count is really low. The tank count is really low. The upgrades obviously have not kicked in for the mech. There's nothing at top right. I mean, it's like one group of Marine medic.
Oh, we ran those Ling group into more mines. Filer's still okay. We're gonna push ourselves up this ramp, but TerrOr kind of getting in really good spots, kind of containing JDConan on his side of the map to 3 bases. It's gonna definitely be weird when he realizes that TerrOr's already on 4.
Yeah, but he should suspect that probably he has top right, because that's what you do when you mech switches. You take another main. So unless he took bottom left, which, you know, definitely could have, but more than likely he took top right. But I'm hoping that JDConan spends all this gas on the ultras, man. Like, the ultras, like I said, they're really, really strong at the beginning of a mech switch. As the game progresses and the tank counts gets higher and higher, of course, ultras are not that great. How did that not connect?
Goodness. What is going on here? Meg, what is going on here with these mines?
Here we go. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Now, JDConan, yes, he has not confirmed top right, but you gotta suspect that something could be there. Just needs to send everything. I think lead the charge with Ling, soak up Marine, soak up mine hits with that. The tank count, look at that, it's 4 tanks and they're in the center of the map. I think for sure if he A moves top right, he can win this game with that move alone.
Yeah, taking forever to kill that Defiler, my goodness.
Oh, goodbye tanks! That's what I'm talking about. The tank count is just so low. Go top right, man. Go top right.
If he... Oh! He heard you. That's it.
Go!
He heard you from the player booth.
Yeah, get rid of those mines.
Oh no, we're going...
He doesn't know about top right.
O'clock.
There's nothing top right. There's literally nothing. I guess there's nothing really here either, but there's at least spider mines to deal some damage. Man, the ultra count went from 7 down to 3 real quick. Look at the worker count, by the way. 80 SCVs for the champion, but that means he has almost no army.
Yeah, and that ultra is erasing. Oh, the reverse eraser there, Nyoken. Unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, there's so much red. So much red. Hopefully there's something other than Lings in here. I think Lings can't get through this, but if he has like 4 ultras again, I think he can push through and bust this mid base. JDConan is up supply at this point, 130 to 124. If he has the Defiler with lurkers, that would also be game winning, because there's nothing to hit lurkers under Dark Swarm.
Yeah, you're right. JDConan is actually up in army supply by a pretty good chunk here, so if he can get his army into position, I think he's going to be able to secure this game. One Dark Swarm does go down. Send a couple Lings through, man. Send a couple Lings through. Get the rest of the irradiates off.
There's lurker. There's lurker, and it's on high ground. It's in range of the tank.
And you're going to mute on the Scourge. Oh my goodness.
Oh, big shot right there. Can JDConan actually do it? He's taking down the tanks. He still doesn't know about top right, but he has broken top middle. Lurkers mean that these tanks are basically useless. He's now inching the lurkers forward. Gonna get a couple more tanks. JDConan knows that he's dealing devastating damage. Now, you gotta keep in mind, his worker count still only 44. Needs to get his mid-right base up and running. He's got a lot of production. Just needs to send everything.
Yeah, he needs to discover top right. Top right is going to be the death of him as TerrOr can secure those 2 bases with all those tanks. I mean, that would be not great, but we do see him pushing towards the main here. Can he bust into it?
He might actually be able to bust the main, because the ultras are heavily upgraded. You can see the tank only has +1, but JDConan is kind of fizzling out with his army right now. Like, it is 130 to 135, but where is his supply? He's probably wondering why is TerrOr still in this game, because he's already killed top middle, but he still doesn't know about top right. JDConan is starting to take bottom left. He's started to mine up mid right. That command center is going to die.
All right, one Ling is traveling. It's going to get cleared by a mine, so he doesn't quite know about top right just yet, but
not many vessels, if any.
Oh, he's seen it now. Nyoken, he's seen it. He killed all the vessels off. He actually just killed 3 or 4 of them there with some Muta and some Scourge, so really well done by JDConan, but I think he's going to bust the main here.
Well, he needs Dark Swarm. He needs Dark Swarm. There it is, and he's on the doorstep.
You asked and you shall receive, Nyoken. You wanted the Dark Swarm, you got it. Oh my goodness, these tanks on the high ground here going down. Ultra's about to bust into the main. TerrOr trying to make a counterattack and something happened for mid-right, but I don't know if it's going to be enough or it even matters at this point.
Yeah, the Lurker dealing damage, plus the Sunken dealing damage. More lanes flooding across the map. There's only 4 tanks. That's definitely not enough.
Wow.
JDConan, is he going to do it? TerrOr is so far behind right now. He's down 50 supply. He's lost his nat. He's lost top middle. He does still have top right. But now JDConan realizes, hey, there's a base here. JDConan has bottom left. JDConan just needs to get a solid army, creep in again with Lurkers plus Dark Swarm, and he's should be able to breach top right.
Yeah, he has enough army supply. He can do it. He's letting him fight on 2 different fronts right now. TerrOr trying to get something done, trying to hold his main, trying to secure top right, but I think JDConan just has too much stuff right now. 163 supply, man. Oh my god, he's up 60 supply.
Yeah, he just needs to push the issue. He just, oh my goodness. I was wondering where all of his supply is, and there it is. The tanks or the Ultras running in. Now remember, mines deal a ton of damage. You don't need a lot of tanks if you can have every freaking mine connect.
Yeah, wow.
To just oh
my
hero
goodness.
Ultra. He's in there.
Wow, snuck in.
Oh, look at the red.
Oh my goodness, it's all coming top right here. This could be the end of this series here for TerrOr. Oh my goodness, and GG. JDConan does it. He comes out first in this group. Wow.
Did not have that on the bingo card, Razz. Did not have it in 2024. I thought for sure TerrOr should be really set in this match, but JDConan turned on pure macro mode. The mutas were great in Apocalypse. Mutas did a good job this game getting rid of that one army, and then took out the Valkyries. Like, the Valkyries did no damage, macroed well. He deserved to get out of this group because he just owned TerrOr this series. I mean, that's legit what happened. He owned it.
He played extremely well both games. I mean, crushed him on Apocalypse with the Muta, like you just said. And this game, just crazy macro, making good choices, getting himself into a good position with these Ultras to just finally win the game. And he busted through, didn't wait, was aggressive when he needed to be, and did what he had to do. So, well played from JDConan, and congrats to him because he's going into the round of 16.
Yeah, and if you're JDConan, not only are you feeling good about making it into the round of 16, but you beat a former champion of the BSL. That's gonna be like confidence through the roof going into any opponent, like whether it's DeWalt or Bonneth or Zeke or whoever. You know, when we're talking about that level of play, you know, TerrOr is around that level. So JDConan, well done. That was really freaking good, man. And now we're gonna be going into our losers match, which is gonna be XuanXuan versus DarK, or are we going into a break first? All right, we're going into a break, and then we are going to come back with our losers match, so don't go anywhere.
You can win! You can, TerrOr! Please beat Cross! I trusted you, TerrOr! TerrOr! Don't give up! You told me! You told me that you will win the BSL! For all the Peruvians! For all the Peruvians who are watching you in a stream! You told me, TerrOr, that you will win the BSL! Please don't lose! Por favor, TerrOr, por favor. No, TerrOr, ¿por qué? Malcolm, my friend TerrOr is now facing Boa after beating up Dandy. TerrOr, you are not giving all your power. Expel all your power. TerrOr, you can do it. TerrOr,
fire!
We are back. We just saw JDConan pwn TerrOr in the winners match, and that does mean that he'll be waiting in the deciders match. But first, we've got XuanXuan versus DarK. DarK played out of his mind versus JDConan. Insane macro, big econ gains, but in the end, JDConan a little bit too strong. Meanwhile, we didn't really get to see what XuanXuan had prepared because we had like proxy racks, we had a 6 racks, we had all types of shenanigans in that series. So hopefully we can get to see a normal game here.
Well, we do know he's well rested between games now, so that's important.
Yeah.
So
that's like an hour and a half long break.
So it'll be interesting. I played XuanXuan a couple times, and you know he does do a lot of different things. TVP, I played against him where he does play gasless. You know, he does get aggressive as well. Got to watch out. He's not afraid to pull in the boys, as we know. So if DarK plans on doing a 12 Nexus, he better expect the boys are coming for him. So definitely going to be a good series here.
Yep, and we are ready for game 1. It is going to be Apocalypse between DarK and XuanXuan. And in the top middle, our South American, it is DarK.
And in the bottom right, we got XuanXuan. All right, now we go see what DarK is going to decide to open here. You know, I think Apocalypse, pretty much everything's on the table, right? You got 12 next, good forward gate with some zealots, just play out standard. I think we'll see what he decides. I think he can go with anything he feels like here.
Yeah, of course, 12 Nexus would be a good opening. I have limited exposure to DarK's game. I actually checked my own replays before the cast started because I was like, I remember this guy 2-gating me. Like, Cybernetics 2-gate, you know, build a lot of, well, what you would expect to build a lot of guns, but actually just double Nexus behind that. You know, not too sure if XuanXuan has actually played DarK. So this could, if he does opt for something like that, it could catch XuanXuan off guard. You know, XuanXuan maybe over defends, then all of a sudden, Protoss is on triple Nexus. You know, that's a hard position to recover from, but look at that. You called it. It is a 12 Nexus this game.
Yeah, man. Strong build, but if you think XuanXuan's afraid of pulling all the SCVs and getting across the map and killing it, we know we're all wrong for that. He has no problem getting after it early.
Yep, it is a 12 gas from XuanXuan. He will have a lot of Marines, good vulture timing. If he wants to go for a pull, it's going to be really hard for Protoss to stop. Now, Protoss has a couple variations, right? Actually, I've been seeing more and more pros go for like 2-gate, double zealot, you know, double goon, that type of play. But what else can Protoss do? Like, can they 1-gate? Is it possible to hold with a 1-gate?
If you're going to play 1-gate, it means you're being super greedy. I mean, that's really hard to hold anything. You want to go zealot goon there and try to go for a fast robo. Some pro gamers have done it in the past. But with all these early pressure, it's really hard to hold. You can also just go 2-gate into goons and skip the zealots and be greedy as well. But that's another one that opens you up for some early exposure in terms of just getting pushed by the Marines and the vulture and the SCVs. But I think, like you're saying, the most common and probably safest is the double gate. Get 2 zealots out there. But here, well, we say that now. Okay, we say that, and then boom, there goes 1 gate core, and then he's going to add the 2nd gate. Okay.
Yeah, there's no zealot here either. This is pretty risky. Like, and on top of it, Protoss didn't scout at all. There's the additional depot from XuanXuan. This is going to be a pull. There's the zealot. I hope DarK puts a pylon or something at the front, so he at least has an opportunity to build a battery, because right now, this is about as risky of a 12 Nexus as you can go for. 100% this is going to be a pull. There's Vulture coming. Like I said, the depot is done. If he doesn't pull, I'm very confused, but he missed that the Zealot is done. Like, okay, here we go. There's the pull. It's happening.
Yeah, we're going to have a hard time. If I was him, I'd get the Zealot as far forward as I could to kind of delay. You go by the ramp here. I would go over here at least just to try to fight the Marines a little bit over here and back up. But this is just so greedy, man.
Yeah, it's hard to feel bad for Protoss if they end up losing this, because this was literally the greediest thing that he could have done. Well, look at the control there. Actually got a Marine kill and did some good damage on those 2 Marines. But there are 8 SCVs here. There's 3 Marines, 1 Vulture. There. Oh, the bunker is not going to complete, but it's extremely close to finishing.
Oh, it's down. Can he get there? Can he get it there? Oh, that Dragoon is trapped by the SCVs, though. That one's going to go down as well. Oh, maybe he just got it out there.
Actually, DarK is
he
got another goon trap.
Goodness. Come on, DarK. We got to get that guy in home. All right, we're pulling the probes back in, but
he may have overstepped. Like, you're pulling your SCVs really far. Like, there's only 1 Marine in the bunker. Like, that's not good DPS. The Nexus may actually end up surviving because of that.
I was going to say, I don't think this was the right move to send the SCVs into the main here. I think we got to kill this Nexus and get those boys home, get some mines down, because soon range will kick in, and if we don't kill this with just, like you said, now it seems like there's 2 Marines in there, but like it's going to take a while to kill that Nexus.
Well, tank coming out. He does have Vulture and mines coming in pretty soon. DarK did save a decent chunk of his probes. He does have 23. Oh, wow. He realizes that the DPS is not that high because of there only being 2 Marines. So he's going to knock down a couple of these SCVs. Really good control from XuanXuan to repair one of the SCVs, keep it alive. The tank is here, and now this Nexus should be done for.
Yeah, I mean, really well done, though, from XuanXuan to pull that stuff back and repair, man. But I think, like what you said before, Nyoken, if we had a pylon here, we might save this. Because the bunker would have attacked the pylon instead, but we do have 6 Dragoons here coming forward. Got to be careful. Wow, good blocking. Wow, good blocking with the SCVs.
Still not that many Marines. The SCVs are trying to repair, but he knocked down the majority of the SCVs. He's going to actually hold his Nexus. This is what I was talking about, is he went in way too far, and now the Nexus is still alive. There's a couple of goons left over. He's going to be able to hold this. He's not going to be able to counterattack because there's mines, but this was really good defense from DarK. And look at the worker count, 28 to 23 now.
With the double Nexus, man. I mean, wow.
He's trying to trigger that mine on the left side, but he's not able to get it. DarK did a good job to micro the hurt Dragoons back. Look at that. The Robo's already done. Observer's going to be coming pretty soon.
Yeah, if he can just hold for another minute or so, he's going to be good.
He wants that. He wants to pull it. Yep, there it goes. Oh, and it didn't actually die. I can't believe it didn't die.
Wow. He's got to be careful coming forward here. If we throw away goons into these mines, life is going to be miserable. Yeah. We're going to go from a fantastic hold to a absolute keyboard breaking move.
He knows there are mines there. Or does he?
He knows there are mines there, but the question is, can we kill them? Or supply block, we can't make the observer.
Oh no. This hurts because there's a second tank here. If he had the observer out right now, he could just immediately deal with it. But he's just lost 2 goons for free. He at least picks off that mine. The worker count is now slightly in favor of Protoss instead of, massively where he was up 5. Terran has their command center done. He's got it already saturated. He's got 3 FAT coming in.
I think we're just going to siege right here. I don't even think we're going to wait as soon as the sieges. I think he's going to try to fight in this area. Yep. I like that from him because I think he knows if he can get these vultures a little more forward with some more mines, despite there being the observer, he should be able to take down that Nexus.
Well,
I think that's his goal.
I don't know. It's only 2 tanks. There's 8 goons here. This may have been an overextension from XuanXuan, but look at it. I like how he sends the SCVs out front to try and buy time, hope that the goons attack them first, and he did buy time. He killed 5 out of the 8 goons already. This tank is going to get repaired.
Wow. We killed a lot of Dragoons there for 2 tanks, 2 vultures. I mean, it's still being held by DarK, and I'd like to see him maybe even add a gateway. I know he wants to get this Nexus down, but you have to realize that there's incoming pressure. Terran is just set up outside of your NAT here with the siege tank. Like, he's probably not going to stop. Yeah,
Terran doesn't have a lot of production, but neither does Protoss. It's just 4 gate, but 3 factory production with 2 tanks, 1's Vulture. He's now starting to set up turrets, so that means that shuttle bomb won't help him, but he has given up that ramp right there. Protoss can now loop around over here and start dealing with reinforcements.
One tank does reach, but if I'm XuanXuan, why not just run the Vultures in down to the net?
Well,
Man,
he doesn't
this,
have to
this
be
guy's
like,
so crazy aggro, man. Look at this guy, he just wants to fight.
No, but if you're not going to get punished, you might as well. He hasn't lost like really any tanks to these Dragoons. In fact, he pushes the Dragoons back. The Dragoons lost all of their shields. They've taken a lot of damage. This third Nexus is built. I don't know if it will actually complete though.
I don't know either. I don't know if this is the player now. I almost want to see him get a Reaver to harass back at the main of XuanXuan while this happens and just go like 6-7 gates and just bust out, because if you can kill this army, kill this tank, and take full control. Oh my goodness, man.
Well,
We lost some Vultures. We lost nothing else. Oh no.
I think that may just be the game-ending move right there, because yeah, GG comes out. Too many goons lost.
Yeah, too many goons trying to fight up that ramp. I mean, it's amazing, man. I look at some of these Chinese Terran players and where they choose to take fights, and it's like, wow, okay, I got 2 tanks, 2 Vultures, those are 8 goons. No problem. I have an SCV with me, so it's not a big deal. And somehow they always come out on top. But DarK had an incredible hold, and they just couldn't pull together there to bust all the way out, unfortunately.
Yeah, if he had gotten a shuttle with Zealot Bomb and just bombed those tanks, I mean, he'd been in a ridiculous position. But either way, XuanXuan gets the victory. Now he's 1 game from getting a rematch versus TerrOr. We will have DarK's pick again. I think DarK, everything looked fine. Again, he had a massive pro count, by the way. He had 53 at the end versus 40 for XuanXuan. But, you know, getting econ like that, he's sacking units. So he needs to do something to match the unit count. Because like you said, these Chinese Terrans, it doesn't matter if they have 10 tanks or 1 tank. They're attacking. Like, they're just going to attack. And if you're not able to actually build enough units to stop them, I mean, they're just going to win.
Yeah, they're just going to run you over. So you really just... That's what I said. I wouldn't even mind if you went to 6 gate and or 4 gate and a Reaver. Harass XuanXuan at home and take your third. And I'm a little surprised at this pick here, Nyoken of Retro. I thought maybe we might see a 2-player map, gas steel, you know. Surprised that we're deciding to just go into Retro here.
Yep, but DarK, he's willing to risk it here. Let's get into game 2, see if XuanXuan will win the series or if DarK can strike back. And in the bottom left, fighting for his life, it is DarK.
And in the bottom right, it's XuanXuan. Hope DarK knows the middle's buildable here. Hope he knows that.
Yeah, this could be a risky map to let through. You know what is interesting is that when it was DarK's pick versus JDConan, he opted for Vermeer. I'm in agreement with your statement, like, why not pick Dark Origin? I mean, maybe he forgot. You know, actually, when we played last week and I vetoed Lobotomy, after I did that, I thought, that's not the only 2-player map. And then you picked Dark Origin, I was like, that's what I meant to ban. But I had already said veto Lobotomy, so maybe he just forgot.
You and I would have played on Lobotomy, and I would have had a whole 2 games experience on it.
Yeah, same here.
Oh, man. But is DarK, with that close pylon again, are we going to see another 12 Nexus? Nope.
Nope, no 12 Nexus.
Nope.
I think that's smart versus someone like XuanXuan. But I think the chances of this being BBS was, you know, not 0%. It was definitely a decent chance of it happening, but it's not happening this time because Rack's in the main.
15% chance of BBS for XuanXuan, maybe higher. But you know what, I wouldn't mind if he would have went the 12 next and maybe with a Forge, you know. Obviously won't hold the BBS, but for someone like XuanXuan who you know is going to slam into you, it might work out.
Yeah, and you've got some options after a Forge opener. You know, you can go like 4 gate, and then if XuanXuan makes a move with Rallied Tank Vulture, that gets owned. If you go DT, you know, you can. I've had players hide DT versus me, and yes, I have like a contain with mines, but then all of a sudden these invisible things are in my base. I'm like, what? Where'd those come from? I've also had people go like straight shuttle, and they bomb on top of you. I mean, you have a lot of options, but it is just going to be a normal cybernetics. XuanXuan got very lucky. He's going to find only DarK first.
First scout, very nice for Terran. Kind of feel a little bit more secure. See what's going on. Nothing too crazy. DarK, no scout again, so I wonder if we're going to see some sort of just faster nexus, rangeless, or what, but unknown right now.
It hasn't shown anything. I think the fact that he hasn't pulled off of gas, to me, means that this is going to be range, or it's going to be a fake range. Definitely not going to be rangeless. I mean, that wouldn't really make much sense to me. And there is the range right now.
He's good to go. Sending out that probe finally. Gonna see what's going on. XuanXuan, no Marines made until after the factory there.
And just as an aside, XuanXuan got good spawns for drops. I don't think I've ever seen XuanXuan use drops in TVP, but if you're gonna go drops, this is the position, this is the setup you want, because you just fly directly.
Oh,
is that a Stargate? What is that? That is a big building. Is that a second gate?
Wow.
Okay, second gate. I was like, there's no way that's a Stargate. There's no way we're playing one base carrier. Like, I'm in the caster booth. There's only one person that does that, and that's me.
That's it. But I thought we were gonna see a proxy factory from XuanXuan. I was like, we're gonna see the double gate versus the proxy factory. It's just gonna get crazy out here. Oh my god, is he gonna scout it? Is he gonna scout it?
Nah, he's not gonna. I don't think he's going to scout it. He's gonna see another pylon, and he will be kind of confused. Like, why does this guy not have a nexus? But you know, it doesn't really. He also pulled off of gas. Look at that. He pulled off of gas to make it look like he's expanding, but he's actually not.
Yeah, I think XuanXuan's gonna be like a little bit curious because he didn't see a third pylon either. Like, you know, normally you go in there at this time, you're gonna see 3 pylons. Like, where are you hiding that pylon? Where is it? And little does he know, it's 2 gate out over here. Will he just go siege eBay is the question, just to really be safe? Because oh no, well, oh no.
Yeah, now siege eBay counters everything. If it's robo drop, you counter that. If it's DT, you counter that. If it's 2 gate like it is, you counter that. And this is what I was saying. Like, this is exactly what only DarK did to me, which is he went a second gate, and he has a lot of goons, but this guy opened factory first. Like, it's not gasless. This needs to do immense damage, or you need to double expand behind it. But Terran has an SCV out on the map. He sees the Nexus timing. He sees that this guy's not building a robo. So where else could the money go into? It's either going into more goons, or it's going into
he's going for it. We're going for it. SCVs are here. We're going to go for this tank. We're diving in. Uh-oh, the tank. Oof. Good pick from only DarK there.
Yeah, that's a good pick off, but Terran's still going to know that this guy's double expanding. Like, if XuanXuan goes tank 4 racks in his main, it's a free win.
Nyoken wants him to pull out the old, this tank isn't in range. Oh, there, okay. Hit that one goon. So Nyoken wants him to pull out the bio play here. Just get crazy.
I don't know what that building is. It looked like an eBay, but it could also be a factory. Okay,
could be another barracks. Oh, it's not. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, I wish it was a barracks. If this was, like I said, if this was like 4 racks with, you know, like 5 tanks, it would be an unstoppable push, because only DarK would have only had goons. Robo is ridiculously late. Also, the SCV sees the 3rd Nexus. I mean, he would just A-move. But as played, he's going into a second factory. His canceled building, I'm pretty sure, was an armory. So it is going to be a high factory count play. I'm sure the 3rd fact will be coming in pretty soon. Now, this is risky. Like, you saw the guy 2-gate, and you're pushing out with your 1-fact siege tank with no bunker, no vulture support.
Negative. We have tanks. We're pushing. That's it.
Oh, okay.
No big deal. Doesn't matter. The amount is irrelevant. We're just going for it.
Well, only DarK going to try and catch up his probe count. You know, with the double nexus, he's up even in workers. He's got his Nat running, 3rd base basically done. His Robo's basically done. But XuanXuan, is he on the move? This is the problem with the 2-gate. Is you build a lot of units in the beginning, but your detection is light. You just spent 800 minerals on double nexus. and you're trying to also scale your tech at the same time now. So now XuanXuan's like, yeah, that's illegal. You're gonna need to be punished for all that, and he's moving out.
Good micro there from DarK, though, picking off the Marines and an SCV. But like you're saying, Nanook, I mean, got 3 gates versus 3 factories, and these goons are pretty hurt.
Well, there are a lot of... Oh, he found him! This is the problem with pushing out a little bit too quickly. Oh, did he not get the mine?
Oh my goodness!
Yep.
See ya, XuanXuan.
Needed more support with the tanks, and this time he got punished moving out so quickly. He did not get punished on Apocalypse. And now not Ghost of DarK, now only DarK is in a really good spot. He's got 4 gates. He's killed the tanks. He's got 3 Nexus. Econ's good. Just needs to scale his gateways now. Get a Citadel. And I don't really think there's anything XuanXuan can do about the 3rd base. What also DarK needs is he needs to get an observer in so he can see what he's facing. Like, is it an all-in? Is this guy just pressuring and taking the 3rd base behind it?
Yeah, I mean, only DarK should feel fantastic right now. You just reset the tank count already. You killed 4 tanks. You have a ton of goons. You're on 3 bases. Like, just scale up, man. Scale up, macro. Get yourself in a good spot. You know, the nice thing about this map playing PvT is if you just get yourself in the storm, as they come over the bridges in those areas, you can kind of just funnel your army into it. So, but look at XuanXuan, man. He doesn't care. He's got 2 tanks. Think he's going to back up? No.
I don't know about
We're going forward, man. We're going forward.
Yeah,
Why go back when you can go forward, Nyoken?
Exactly. I like this type of pushing if it was bottom right versus top right, or top right versus top left, you know, where you can easily push the natural pretty fast. But this is different. Like, he's got to push through here all the way to the bridge. Well, not necessarily the bridge, but the tiny choke. And then even that, he's still not on top of the natural. It's just a long way to push. I guess everything here, all this area does have buildable terrain. So he can build depots and he can spam turrets, and also has a mine at the top side, so he knows Protoss isn't like hooking around with a massive flank. And attacking in this choke can be really hard for both sides, so it's going to be hard for Protoss to have a good engagement, but I don't know how well this will work. There's speed. He's doing exactly what I said he needs to do. Higher gateway count, get speed, but I think he also needs a shuttle.
Yeah, I think a shuttle will be fantastic here. Flying from the left, drop some things, take the fire from the tanks. There it is. And then just push through.
There's no armory, or there's no Goliath. I don't know if there's no armory, but so far there's no Goliath out just yet, which means shuttle bomb would be amazing. It is a 5-fact, and it is very committed, and I still don't see an armory there. Not at the natural either. So this is make or break for Terran. Like, if he doesn't win with this, he needs to at least kill a lot of probes. But Protoss is about to have speed, has a lot of goons. Tank count is not that big. The mines, they're okay, but not amazing.
Yeah, things are about to get a little tricky right here, especially with the shuttle. Oh. Gonna blew up a couple units, no big deal there. We just got to make sure we get ourselves together. Don't keep letting units go out.
I think Terran might win this fight. What Terran should do, okay, well, this is the fight. There's a lot of tanks and a lot of vultures. The Zealots did not really get on top of the tanks at the bottom side. Look at the focus fire from the vultures. He picks up all the, and look at the goons just get clumped up on the choke.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that fight just went so poorly for Protoss right there. I thought he was going to be able to bust out, but
wow.
Hey man, no big deal. We had, what, 6 tanks to start? We still got 6. That's weird.
Yeah, that was an absolute massacre. If there was like even a couple goons on the high, like they could have ranged those tanks from the high ground, but he didn't have anything at the top side, and the goons just met their maker right in that choke point, and XuanXuan crushes him.
Wow, man. I thought that fight was going to go way different between the shuttle, a ton of speed zealots, at least get yourself out there, but he just targeted fire down the first rally of tanks on the zealots, cleaned the zealots out, and then it was just pure goon. It was like, all right, man, well, thanks for coming over this bridge. It's nice of you and all, but just not your day. It's unbelievable.
You know what's funny is, I've been watching this. A lot of Terrans have figured out, like, you bait the Protoss army in, you put one tank forward. If you were to replay what happened there, XuanXuan put one tank forward, and all the zealots collide on that one tank. and then they just get crushed by Splash, or they get crushed by Mines or Vultures or whatever. Everything just gets obliterated. So you trade like one tank for all these Zealots, then all the goons clumped up, and it was just absolute destruction. It was like actually picture perfect play on how you're supposed to deal with, or how it's supposed to execute that move from XuanXuan. So well done from him. Unfortunately, DarK's run is over. He had a good showing versus JDConan. You know, almost made it out, or at least made it to the winners match versus TerrOr. A bit unfortunate for him that the game 1 and game 3 did not go his way, but hey, it sets us up for a rematch between TerrOr and XuanXuan. I think we're going to be going into a break before that happens. All right, we're not going to go into a break. Let's just get straight into our losers, or our deciders match then. This time, it's going to be Citadel first.
Are we going back to the circus, Nyoken? Because this
Yeah.
the middle is now buildable again. So are we going to go back to SCV Marine fights 3 minutes into the game? I mean, we could be there.
We could be there, man. Citadel has, of course, the buildable terrain in the middle. You can also build stuff on the sides. Like in XuanXuan, in one of the first games I saw him play, it was Vermeer. He was bottom left, Mihu was top right. And he went and built barracks at top middle, like that expansion up there. Like, you could do the same thing on Citadel. We'll see if either player wants to get that crazy as we get into game 1 of our final series of the day. All right, in the bottom left, we do have our blue Terran. It's XuanXuan.
And in the top right, we have TerrOr. All right, no SCVs out yet, Nyoken. I can't believe it, you know? Oof.
Yeah. How funny would it be if they both 14 CC?
They just go the total opposite way.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? Not going to get crazy. I'm going to go the opposite kind of crazy and just sit here and actually macro up.
In Citadel, yeah, it does take a bit of time to scout on this map. 14 CC, 13 CC, 12 CC. I run into all those variations quite often on here. And so far, no SCV's movement at all. Just going to be depot in the main.
I can't believe it.
I
Can't
either.
believe it. What happened to these guys? They calmed down. They're in the decider match, and
Yeah.
you know, all can't be a crazy person in the decider match and build 2 buildings in the middle of the map. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, man. It's very few people that actually have the balls to make moves like that. Now, XuanXuan, he is going to move his SV a little bit, but is just going exactly where TerrOr's is going, towards the corner of their base. Just going to build a Rax. Now, I want to know, is anybody going to gasless? TerrOr is someone that does go gasless a decent amount of the time. XuanXuan, he is going gas this time, and TerrOr just going to match the gas. So we've got mirrored builds.
Nothing too crazy yet. We'll see if TerrOr tries to pull out another proxy starport that ended the game fast for him. Maybe he says, maybe I'll try that again.
Well, this is another map that you can do it. Mid left is buildable. Bottom middle is buildable. I could see him going for that again. I think XuanXuan needs to remind himself that happened on Apocalypse. You know, he's been on quite a break between those matches.
Yes.
Yeah, he needs to remember that, hey, I can't just go straight Vulture versus this guy, because if I do, a Wraith could show up and, ruin my day. So hopefully, if he does go for factory type of play, it's, something like 2-fact Tank Goliath or 2-fact Vulture Goliath.
Yeah, I think we're going to see him not make that same mistake. But, those 3-fact Vulture builds are very popular.
Yep, double Marine from TerrOr. I'm going to guess it's probably double Marine for XuanXuan. It's kind of meta these days, simply because Light made a video guide on how to play 2 Marine straight tank. And, that's all it takes is 1 pro to make a video, 1 pro to play it in a VOD, and everybody's going to copy it. XuanXuan, though, doing his own thing. It is just 1 single Marine, and he is just going to expand off of it. And TerrOr, likewise, just going to expand also. But with the double Marine, he has the option to go tank if he wants.
It seems like his command center a bit faster. Is there an extra building added for XuanXuan? Why is he so much slower?
Well, the thing is TerrOr cut 2 SCVs for this.
Okay. Terror
So he
cut
cut
for
to
it.
get the faster command center. You know, I'm kind of up in the air on what the ideal move is, because if you cut, you know, you get the command center faster, you can recover it. If you don't cut, well, you're just, you know, always in the lead, right? Or even. So it's kind of just however you want to do it. Players like Royal actually cut their SCV for a faster command center. And like I was saying, Terror had the option to go straight add-on, and that's what he's done. He's going to be going tank. There's no additional building for him. And tank vulture push can also be strong. If he puts down a second factory, that could be really good. And there it is.
Will this tank be in time to stop this first vulture
Nope.
from doing some... Okay, so we're... Oh,
So, I guess
there
it
it
technically
is.
was in time this time because it was cross spawn, but
Cross
Terror
spawn.
did exactly what you're supposed to do. You know that the vulture is going to get there before your tank comes out. Take the SCV off the command center, make sure it doesn't die, and then just resume building of your command center.
got a little excited for a second there. I was like, whoa, pulling the boys? No,
Yeah.
just transferring to the net. Never know in these scenarios, you know?
Indeed. And, you know, XuanXuan's actually kind of in a difficult spot right now. He saw that there's a tank. He doesn't know whether there's a starport or not, but he has to respect that this could be a tank vulture push. He also has to respect that it could be a tank wraith push. So he has to get an armory. And Terror, being the genius he is, he knows all that. So he's just flooding factories because tank vulture is going to beat tank Goliath or vulture Goliath. It's just a fact.
Wow. Terror just, you know, reading the game really well, seeing what's going on, making the right moves. And I think he's good. I mean, there's no tank here or bunker or anything. We have 2 tanks for Terror. I mean, this is going to be difficult. 3 vultures and, I mean, all right, we have our first tank now, but still.
Yeah, it's 2 tanks though, and they're here. There's also a vulture behind Terror's. It's not just 2 tanks and 2 marines. He's got rallied vulture. XuanXuan knows how dire of a situation this is. You can see he pulled some SCVs. And what could be really rough is if Terror gets siege mode, but he did go for speed this time. He really wants to reinforce quickly with his vultures. He's gonna almost picks off that first vulture. And the SCVs are actually making it really hard for this tank to retreat. This could be it.
Wow. Terror pushing in here. A lot of vultures, like you said, with speed, so he's gonna get across here quickly. We have the 2 tanks just absolutely destroying the other vultures. Tank in the back there, but it's glitching out. Nyoken is glitching out. Oh my goodness. And it goes down. And Terror knows that there are mines there, so hopefully he won't walk on top of them. Oh my god, he's putting his own mines down himself.
Yeah, good luck, dude. You're never getting your natural anymore.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that would have been insane if that mine hit that tank with all of this.
Well, that's GG, Razz. Do you know why it's GG? Because that move right there, you're never landing that racks again, or that command center again. How's he getting out 2 fact versus 3 fact with vultures, with mines, with siege mode versus a guy? Now this needs to be a starport. Oh, he just GG'd.
GG's. GG.
It's that
He's
simple.
out. That's it. That's how you win TVT. You make 2 tanks before the other guy and get speed on your vultures. Send them across the map. Love it. Write it down in my notebook, so when I play off race as Terran, I know how to win Terran versus Terran now.
Tank opener is a hard opener to deal with, but because of exactly what I said, you have to respect all the follow-ups. He did not respect all the follow-ups. He got mines, but it was too slow. Actually, as soon as XuanXuan went double vulture or triple vulture, or whatever it was actually already too late for him. So, a bit unlucky for XuanXuan. He's now down 0-1. Terror's gotten the best of him all 3 games. Actually, that's not true. XuanXuan did get a win in one of them, but Terror so far dominating this particular series or matchup, and he's now 1 game away from moving on along with JDConan.
I think we're gonna see the BBS, man. I think it's coming.
Ooh.
I think XuanXuan's gonna be annoyed. He's gonna be mad about it, and he's just gonna go for it. I think this is it.
It could happen. What's he gonna do it on? Apocalypse?
Oh yeah, 2 barracks somewhere random in the between. Just go for it.
Well, we'll see. Let's get into potentially our final game of the day. It's Terror versus XuanXuan. All right, in the bottom left, one game for making it out. It is TerrOr.
And in bottom right, fighting for assortment life, it's XuanXuan.
I don't know if we're gonna see the BBS. The reason I say that is, well, I guess XuanXuan could go for it. I don't think TerrOr's gonna do a forward Rax, but he could, of course. But the reason I think this is risky is because TerrOr actually proxies on Apocalypse quite often, and if you BBS and TerrOr sees it, he'll just build a second Rax in his main, and you're toast. So it would be risky. It looks like neither player is going to be doing that, though, because we've just got SCVs queued up and no SCVs moving out at all.
Yeah, seems we're going to get another standard game. Can you believe it? I cannot.
Can't believe it. Back-to-back standard game between these two players.
Gonna get crazy. I mean, if I'm TerrOr, I think it's probably better, right? You've been absolutely winning the strategical battles and the builds, so you might as well continue on. He's been dictating the pace a ton.
Yeah, he might as well just keep doing what he's doing. We've got Rax in the main, and TerrOr. Well, that's not exactly the ideal Rax positioning, simply because XuanXuan is mid-right, but obviously not the biggest of deals. And we do have gas for XuanXuan and gas from TerrOr. They're running it back. They're like, you know what? I was not content with how that last game went. Let's play it out. Same builds.
We can't do it again.
Yeah.
We've
SCV
done
Scout.
enough.
SCV Scout coming out basically at mirrored times. XuanXuan gonna go to top middle. A little unlucky there. And TerrOr will find XuanXuan first. And I wonder if XuanXuan will mine continuous gas and get like real tricky, like go for a double factor, a 2-factor something.
Ooh, double port.
I'd love it. It's definitely in TerrOr's arsenal. We know that. He'll do anything.
Absolutely. That's where it gets crazy.
And XuanXuan has pulled off, and TerrOr has also pulled off. So, not going to get what I was looking for, which is like a 2-factor, a 2-port. This should be just a command center follow-up, but I have seen players like SPX build like 3 or 4, 5 Marines, combo it with rallied vultures, and that can also be a strong timing.
Just one Marine this time from XuanXuan.
Yep. Literally a repeat of what we saw last game. This is 2 Marines, lifted Rax. I'm going to guess that TerrOr probably puts an add-on again. Goes for that fast tank. And XuanXuan... Okay, he is going to go for a command center. I thought he was sending an SCV on the gas again, but not the case.
So pretty much a mirror, huh? Cut some SCVs.
There's a vulture.
He's in.
Yeah, he's in there. He's gonna scout and see the vulture. So he's at least going to know that, well, this guy's not rushing tanks this time. That's great. And now, you know, really the question is how many vultures is it going to be? Is it going to be 2? It's going to be 1, 3? You know, there's no real set amount. The general standard play is to go 2, but players do try to get tricky and mix in different amounts of vultures. And if you catch them with 1 less vulture, you know, that can deal catastrophic damage.
Second factory already down.
Starport.
It's Starport from TerrOr on the bottom left there.
Yeah.
Wow. Could it be the same as the last Apocalypse game? Because this is what XuanXuan picked last time as well. And then TerrOr decided to go with the, you know, Starport. I wonder if he'll do it again and catch him. Both vultures are on the map for both players.
It is triple vulture again. Triple factory, I mean. So XuanXuan...
Oh,
he's getting just toyed with here. Ultramine gamed, like, oh, you're not going tank vulture this time, or you're not going tank, so you're not going wraith. What he actually is.
Just kidding. I have a wraith.
Oh, okay. Well, that could have given it away. This is a move that you make quite often when you're going wraith, which is you just run in the vulture, try and snipe the Marine or snipe the SCV building the armory, and this just triggers an instant counterattack from XuanXuan. And look at that. It, like I said, any players that faced this before knows that that's what this means, and that's why you see him instantly build an armory. But there is a bunker. There is no tank out just yet. The vultures are okay. They are going to run by. I thought he wasn't paying attention because he was dealing with that one vulture in his main. But this is going to get dicey. Vulture does buy time. Oh, actually, it doesn't buy that much time.
Wow, a lot of SCVs down there for TerrOr, but the armory is not complete. He slowed it down with the vulture, so he'll be able to get some kills here with some SCV kills, so kind of even it up. Yeah, I don't know about this, Nyoken.
It seems like XuanXuan messed up his upgrade. Like, there's no mines, there's no speed. It would be different if there was like 5 vultures, you know, with speed that instantly get across the map, but they're actually kind of slow. And that's going to give TerrOr opportunity to ramp up his tank count, get more defense. And like I said, one Wraith, not the highest DPS, but it doesn't matter when nothing can deny it.
And the second Wraith on the way, tank out, holding his vultures back. Ooh, picks one off, well done from TerrOr. And just racking up some SCV kills. XuanXuan didn't get a bunch of SCVs kills himself, so he's not like super behind. He's even up on workers still right now, but TerrOr going to be catching up quickly.
Yeah, and knowing TerrOr, who is always really crisp with his timing, he's probably going to start building some more factories pretty soon, or he could just really ramp up his econ, secure high ground with his tanks. For now, he's getting a couple more SCVs. He's actually up in workers now by just 1.
It's pretty crazy that he got so many kills with these Wraith. 7 kills.
Yep, and now XuanXuan, he needs to balance where his Goliaths are. He's got all 3 of them out of position, and this third Wraith gets into the main. There's a couple of SCVs that are decently low. He could pick them off. There's one of them. Don't want to lose the Wraith, though. Those are so expensive. Really expensive.
Oh, no.
You will lose it.
Oh, no. But we're going to kill the... Oh, wow. He's not going to know that TerrOr's moving out, man. Oh, nice. He's okay.
Oh, we missed it. He's going to land. But TerrOr's right here with his tanks and Marines. And if TerrOr gets siege mode, this could be lights out. There's not that many Goliaths. I am not sure if the Wraiths have cloak just yet, but if they do... They can... did it just complete?
Uh-oh.
This could be it, Razz.
TerrOr going around, man. Going around. Gonna get the siege off.
Oh, he's missing the army. Actually, this is kind of good for XuanXuan because he'll come from the high ground and he'll have SCVs on the low ground. This game's getting weird.
This is going to get real weird real fast. The XuanXuan now realizing, oh my god, the army's across the map with siege. And TerrOr now going to realize, oh my goodness. Oh, that tank's going to go down.
Yeah, he's
got
a bunker.
So there's no defense.
Oh, he doesn't. He has nothing
in it.
And he has 1 factory. So we're in like a base trade scenario. TerrOr's pulling his SCVs. He's attacking at the same time. There's no counterplay to the race. I guess he doesn't have cloak. But that tank falls. I think actually XuanXuan should win this just because his army is so huge, but maybe not.
I don't know, man. We got siege mode here now.
Oh,
if he can pick up a bunch of these Goliaths, yeah, if he can pick up a bunch, bring the Wraith home. Oh man, I need a second shot off. Oh, I think looks like XuanXuan's got this.
It does look like XuanXuan. Oh man, that tank is so low, it's gonna die. And he's clutching the repair. He's not clutching the repair. It ends up falling. Oh, there's the cloak that I was expecting. But TerrOr has lost so many SCVs, and he's about to lose his factory, by the way. Everything's attacking it.
Yeah, it looks like XuanXuan has done it here. Or he's going to take this game on a non-standard craziness, man. We have a base trade scenario. Armies just going past each other. I mean... Nothing has been really standard between these two in any of their games so far. So XuanXuan ties the series up 1-1, and we're going to the final game of the day no matter what.
Yeah, the rubber match, game 3 of the final series. You know, if TerrOr didn't misrally that 1 tank, I think he actually would have held. It would have been 2 tanks with siege mode, with a lot of SCVs, plus the Wraiths have cloak, so he could have just killed everything in XuanXuan's main because XuanXuan did not have an academy. So, a little unlucky there for TerrOr, but XuanXuan tying it up 1-1 now will be TerrOr's pick. I want to see retro.
I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh no, we're gonna go back to retro now after the
Yeah.
craziness. So we got to, we'll see what happens. That would be wild, but who knows? These two guys just going punch for punch right now, man. Just craziness. They're ready.
They are ready. And now that we've gotten 2 normal games in a row, I wonder if anybody's feeling like, well, should I roll the dice here, play aggressive, or should I just be content getting into a normal game, most likely versus my opponent?
Yeah, I don't know. At this point, you could just pull it all out there and say, you know what? I'm going to go for it. This is it. Win or lose, or do you play safe? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. We're waiting to see what the map pick is for Terror. Where does he want to risk it on? And you knew it had to be. It's retro, baby. So this is a rematch of what we saw earlier. That game was wild. Let's see if it's going to be wild again as we get into the final game of the day. Okay, in the top left, it is XuanXuan.
And in the top right, we have TerrOr.
Yeah, but no SCV movement. Looks like we are going to have normal play this time. Bit sad about that. But I do like TerrOr's spawn this time because he gets to push top middle easily if he secures that. That's a base that XuanXuan will probably never recover from. So it's imperative that XuanXuan does not give that up.
Yeah. I think it'll be interesting to see what the build choices are here as we go into the game because they've been mixing it up so much. What do? Do you just go standard here now? Like, do you play super standard if you're going to play into a game, you know? Or are we going to see these guys kind of vulture war it out and be super aggressive, you know, try to take map control really quickly? I feel like a lot goes into these final games, like with all the pressure.
Yeah, I think we're just going to see exactly what we saw the past 2 games, which is 12 gas factory from, or, you know, vultures from XuanXuan. He's been the one that really hasn't gone into tanks at all. I think it's still up in the air if TerrOr will go for tanks, but pretty confident in saying that this is going to be 12 gas into vultures, at least for XuanXuan. There's the racks going down in the main, and SCVs are moving in position for that 12 gas. There we go, and 12 gas for XuanXuan, so they are not going to mix it up at all, at least not just yet.
I was going to say maybe we would see the gasless here really get crazy. Switch it up on them, but they just want to get into normal stuff. I get it.
Yeah, I know TerrOr does play gasless a decent amount, but I feel like I haven't seen it in a really long time. It's kind of like his 8 racks in TVZ. Like, I know he plays it a decent amount, but we also haven't seen it in a really long time. So I'm wondering if he's waiting to save it for later rounds, or if that's just not like his go-to style these days. We have a really fast scout from XuanXuan already basically at bottom left. Not going to find TerrOr there. Most likely going to find TerrOr last. And factory coming in for XuanXuan.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Everything pretty standard here. Will TerrOr end scout, or will we go with just a standard scout here?
I think he's going bottom left. In scout's not really a thing in PvT. Like, you're not scouting the 14cc and deviating your build to punish it. Like, you've already, by the time you scout it, it's too far along to make that switch up. So this is most likely just going to be a last scout from him, unless TerrOr thinks XuanXuan, hey, this scout timing seems similar to my timing, and then just goes up to top left based on what these SCV interception. But we do have double Marine from TerrOr again, single Marine from XuanXuan, and Command Center coming down again for TerrOr.
I'm going to intercept this SCV with the Marine. Nice little block here.
Yeah, that's nice.
Get some serious DPS.
Actually, the SCV got further than I was anticipating. He will probably lose his life, but should confirm the Command Center. Oh, I'm pretty sure he saw it and does not risk going into the main. I think that's smart. And look at this, TerrOr, again, instant add-on. So it is going to be tanks. And I wonder how XuanXuan will react to this, because he went Vulture Goliath last time. That got slammed. Or Vulture Armory. That got slammed.
Yeah, now he does see the second vulture, so
3
TerrOr
vultures.
up. Ooh, 3 vultures. A second factory. Again, uh-oh. I'm
XuanXuan's
having
in trouble.
flashbacks, Nyoken.
Yeah, XuanXuan's in trouble. Generally, when you go 3 vultures like this, that means that you expect the opponent to have 2, and you want to have a single vulture advantage and then strike while they're building their add-on. But it's a straight tank. That means that mines are going to be late, speed's going to be late, his tank is going to be late. If I'm TerrOr here, I'm doing exactly what I did on Citadel. This is like an almost unstoppable opening for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have the second tank in a second here. XuanXuan's going to go in and see the bad news. Oh, he's going in anyway.
Well, he's got to kill the Marines. Like, you got to get rid of some of the DPS, but he's going to sack all of his vultures for this. And that's going to trigger an immediate counterattack from TerrOr. As soon as he's going to go. Like, you got to go now. This guy just bled off all 3 Marines, or all 3 vultures. You know it was immediate vultures also. Like, it wasn't with mines. And XuanXuan is, I don't even know what that is. Is that an armory?
He's only making vultures, man.
Well, it's because he's gone 3 factory. He doesn't have enough money, and he also has to respect that there could be Wraith. Like, that's what you have to do. You have to respect it when you see a tank. But again, he's just getting mind gamed. It's 2-fact tank with vultures, with mines or speed. Yeah, with speed. He's here.
Hello, this looks familiar. Oh my goodness, we dropped the barracks down again. We see it. Seen this before. Oh,
Yep.
Good surround here with the SCVs. Can he get that 1 tank?
The answer's
Repair
no.
happening. Repair happening. We know how
Over.
OP that is. Oh my goodness. Not
He
like
lost so many
this.
SCVs. Well, actually, I guess it's not over. He lost so many SCVs, but if we look at the worker count, TerrOr also has lost so many SCVs. He's up massively in supply, and it is still going to be really hard for XuanXuan to get down his ramp, but he needs to get down before mines get set up, because once mines get set up, it's just going to be a repeat of...
Oh, no.
The tank got
Oh, no.
It's 100% dead now.
Nyoken, no, not the tank, not like this.
Oh, he's hiding in the back. He thinks it's dead, but it's actually not dead. Oh, mines are set up. Oh, mines actually do complete, and a couple get laid under the ramp.
Oh man, he can never get down. This command center is hurting right now.
It's a dead
He
command
needs
center.
he needs to lift in a second here. Oh my goodness, he's not lifting. Oh! Vultures
didn't
got
connect.
it. Didn't connect, but it doesn't matter. Now we have 2 tanks, mass vulture, mines. We need to lift this command center. We're not doing it. We're trying to bust out. We're giving it our all right now, knowing that he's on his last game. The command center goes down. Siege mode has completed, but it doesn't matter at this point. We lost the command center.
Yeah, he lost the command center. He at least has siege mode, but how's he getting down this ramp? There's mines here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, okay. I'm a little nervous here, Nyoken.
If TerrOr's not going to allow this to happen, he's coming in with round 2. There's... Oh, I don't even know how that tank died. Maybe it was just super low. What's TerrOr doing? He's not focusing.
Oh.
Okay, there's the tank. It goes down.
Wow. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. We're not gonna go into it.
There's a Wraith! Where'd that come from?
Oh my goodness. XuanXuan right now, definitely unhappy seeing this Wraith come flying in. We got to start making Goliaths and tanks off 1 base here. Not good.
Yeah, this is not a good situation for XuanXuan. TerrOr's... I guess it is rough to get across the map with this barracks right here. He's not damaging it either, but there's still no command center even started for XuanXuan. There's not a lot of containing units here. So XuanXuan, wow, he's at 19 workers versus 34. Oh no, he baited him in.
Oh my goodness.
That's painful. That hurts my soul right there to watch that tank just bleed off.
That's, we got XuanXuan trying to play it out, man. His last game here, if he can't do it, so he's giving it his all, not tapping out early. He is going to try to play through this.
Yeah, what makes it even more painful is... Oh, does he already have scans? I was going to say is he's going to have to go comsat. Oh my gosh!
Oh my
How did the topside die? Was it Siege or was it a mine that blew up?
Oh my goodness, Nyoken.
Whoa, that was unexpected. I didn't think that they would all blow up, and now this command center is denied again. It's gotten to the point where actually, if this is a Terror can just build like a command center, and this guy's not, because this guy's not going to cover his base anymore.
We're just gonna see the Manor command center.
Yeah, the Manor command center. Like he also doesn't have a Rax for vision. Like Terror can also just continuously creep forward and pick off the tank. I can't believe that this tank is actually in range of this CC.
Terror OP, man. Each tank's OP.
He was in range of the SCV, and the Rax has vision. So if the tank moves in, it's gonna get immediately picked off.
We gotta cancel.
Yeah, he's got to cancel. Well, he's got to go is what he's got to do. And he led with the SCV. That was good. Terror led in with the Vulture. Is there no cloak? Okay, I guess there's no cloak just yet. Oh, this is it. This is it. XuanXuan desperately trying to get out. He doesn't have any more anti-air.
One Goliath. We got 41 workers versus 19 right now. Oh,
there's the cloak. He just used the scan also. The writing is on the wall at this point. There's no answer to the cloaked race in the tank. And that means that XuanXuan will be eliminated. The command center's dead again. It just finished and it's dead.
Made it. We're good. Terror knows the place that XuanXuan is. Just trying to end the game here. And XuanXuan doesn't. And there it is. GG. It's tough, man, when it's your last game. You're about to be eliminated. And... it's tough. You want to battle out to the very end, but well done from XuanXuan. But El Champion moves on.
Yeah. El Champion just had good counters all day long, at least in the final series. The tank Vulture, really well. It's just so strong, man. If you literally, if XuanXuan didn't build his third Vulture, if he only built 2 and went straight add-on, he's fine because the tank would have been out. That's how razor thin these types of builds can be. But like I was saying, you have to respect the Wraith, which is why it's hard to manage 3-fact plus Armory. And then if they don't go Wraith, well, now you've got Vultures versus Tank Vulture, and Tank Vulture just wins that. So it's a bit unlucky, hard to read, especially when you don't have any vision. But well done from Terror. He avoids elimination and makes out in second.
Yeah, unfortunately for XuanXuan, he played well today, did what he had to do, but Terror going and just getting it done. And hey, JDConan played really well too today, so he is another person. Congrats to him for making it to the round of 16.
Yeah, JDConan really crushed it today. He's going to be a big threat going into future rounds. He should be feeling really good about his performance, especially beating someone like Terror. But that is it for today. We, of course, need to thank our sponsors for the BSL, because without our sponsors and supporters, BSL would not be able to run. So with our $100 level Patreon supporter, we do have My Fleeting Dream. $50, we've got Striker and Misters. $30, we've got Tim, Cuz, and Tupacalypse. $20, Kevin, Yujong, Medino, Stephen Robertson, Surikata, Machine, Voltina Bulai, Gordon Bradley, KJ Streaming Channel, Daniel Lopez, LML, Nicholas Schuler, and Quark, and all you other Patreon supporters. Thank you so much for supporting the BSL. And remember, $10 Patreon support or above, you get all the replays from BSL. So if you want to know how Terror just won these TVT games in 7 minutes, you should definitely consider becoming a Patreon so you can get those replays. And that is it. I think, Raz, you got any final shout-outs before we get out of here?
Gotta give you a shout-out, Nyoken. Congrats on moving on as well. You'll be moving into the round of 16 yourself, so congrats to you.
Thank you very much. I felt really bad that you didn't make it out because, you were bringing it to Striker, man. I was like, holy smokes, you beat him 2-0. Then what was the final series, like 2-1?
2-1, yeah, it was 2-1, but happy with my results. Did what I could. And, it wasn't a bad showing, so I'm not upset about it.
Yeah, and we've got Group D tomorrow. It's going to be John Hoon versus Wolfix. Then we've got DMX versus Crossy. Feel like we've got clear favorites here in John Hoon and Crossy simply because they're insane. In fact, John Hoon went really far in ACS, and Crossy always goes really far in BSL. But Wolfix, he's no joke. He's really good, Terran. He can definitely take down John Hoon, but I think that's going to be really, really rough because John Hoon is really, really good these days. DMX, though, I think he's got a good shot of doing well in this group too. He can be a tricky opponent. He macros well. He'll build carriers, PVT. So we'll see who can make it out in Group D. And that's it. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place.
See you tomorrow.